Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Hope you guys are wonderful Tuesdays. Hmm. Hmm. You got my heated pad, guys, for my feetsies. It's lovely. Hmm. Mm. What? Oh, buyers want a V-cash. Huh. What are you talking about? Buyers want a giant V-cash, guys. Hmm. Physically fit punk rocker chick? That's hot. Yep. Incredibly attractive female in a video game? No way. Not what we're going to take a look at tonight, guys. My coffee is currently brewing, but there is a PTP update for Dead by Daylight, which is what we're going to take a peek at and go over in the podcast section here before anything else. Mm-hmm. Why do they release posts like this and not linked to the actual website? Like some third-rate article writing shit, or they just copy-paste someone else's content as their own. This is on the Reddit, by the way. You'd think they'd just immediately link to the Dead by Daylight post, right? Yeah. Take a look at this here. And one moment. I've seen Black Adam. No, I heard it's all right, but it's very conflicting. It's basically your typical comic book movie from the not 90s, from the O's. Before they put a lot of the woke bullshit in it. So I guess depending on what you're looking for, not that bad. Like, I'm not against some comic or superhero movies having plot and depth to the characters, but the way they went with Marvel, just not too interested in that shit. He's literally just making it about identity politics, and that's it, and that's obnoxious, distracting. Why the majority of people don't go there. Like, you don't go to a Transformer movie to watch the main character come out of the closet and then talk about his sexual orientation and then fight the what's the name of the robots? The Decepticons, because they're they're anti-Semitist and transphobes and homophobes, right? Yeah. So if you guys didn't know, apparently the Transformers, the Decepticons are transphobes, and they aren't, by the way. They're transphobes and also homophobes. So yeah, the reason the Transformers fight each other is because one side hates this sexual orientation and minority. They don't, by the way. But yeah, that's what it's turned into. Yeah, imagine Michael Bay films just being about that, and I mean, putting aside the fact that the Michael Bay films are generally pretty bad, and it's just all about explosions, that would have made them much worse. Like the people that go there just pure for the raw kind of adrenaline, just nonsensical action. Uh, Getting basically a lecture about identity politics would immediately make people just like their head would just explode and they'd leave. They wouldn't leave, probably wouldn't leave, but it just would not go over too well. Be a comedy, I guess. That's where we're at now. That's one of the reasons I can't stand modern comic book movies, and the TV series are usually pretty bad too. But in the case of anime, I love anime and I love comic books. Usually, they go out of their way to develop characters more than just, hey, I'm my sexual orientation. That's who defines me as a person. It shouldn't, right? I'm straight, but do I care if other people are like constantly questioning whether or not I'm straight, or I have to set them right on whether or not I'm straight? No, I don't care, because it's my sexual orientation. I'm not here to date everyone that looks at me, right? And vice versa. Most people aren't here to date me, but maybe some people are. But yeah, I don't understand some people that are literally just obsessed with like their superficial qualities, and they have to constantly nuance people. Like, it's not part of my life. It's not like something that I want to go out of my way to make the majority of my life about, right? But some people are about that, and it's really, I don't know, it's weird to me. Very weird. I need to get some water, guys, and my coffee, and then we're gonna cover the PTP notes here in a sec. But yeah, anyways, Black Adam apparently has it doesn't go too deep on that, which is good, right? We're back. But anyways, that's where we are, guys. I don't know. As weird as that sounds, it's not, some people have made their entire life about their superficial qualities, as I mentioned. That's who they are. I guess that's what you're into. Once again, I don't have a flag to fly as a straight cisgender white male, right? So, it's me, as that turns out. Anyways, the action movies, well, it's kind of fun to watch, you know, for the most part, like comic book movies from the O's, even before political agenda was inserted into them quite readily, ham-fistedly, you could say. Even then, they aren't really that amazing compared to good writing and good character development, such as with anime for the most part. Comic books in general have kind of stagnated in like the 80s line of thought, where the characters themselves are just always just become super powerful, omniscient, omnipotent. Like they never actually really figured out how to deal with power arcs of characters, like they can, Dragon Ball being one of the most obvious examples, where characters just don't become these essentially gods, and then they have gods fight each other. We talked about this before with like action figures, right, from like the 90s, where you go, oh my god, boo, 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 like that. It's literally just action. It's just comic book movies. That's what they've turned into. It's just boo, 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 boo. Oh my god, they're fighting each other, and you know, nothing really happens. No one really gets hurt. No one breaks an arm for the most part. No one gets really bloody or anything, because obviously you got to keep that PG rating. So it's just like watching action figures just like butt heads and just like hit each other back and forth. They don't even have battle damage. It's just, you know, like, oh, because you can't, you know, permanently damage a character because it has to be used for the next movie, right? Yeah. The worst case scenario is you just end up with Fat Thor. That doesn't even matter or impact his performance anyways. It's not remotely realistic. Not that comic book movies in and of themselves are realistic, but rather the idea of these characters existing in reality is then even further questioned, right? It breaks immersion. So you have characters that just hit each other back and forth, and it's honestly become pretty tiring, and it's a lot to do with the fact that you can make the characters as gritty and emo as you want, but if they don't really react to reality, it really doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day. You just once again, you just got your action figures just like slapping faces with each other, you know, just going, not even slapping faces, they're just hitting against each other, and nothing's happening, right? And that's boring in and of itself. Putting aside the writing, the character development's usually pretty lackluster, the plot's bad, the villain's bad, especially villains nowadays are usually really bad because they can't be objectionable, because then it breaks some sort of political correctness boundary, even though they're a villain, right? You can't go, what do they call it? Sensationalizing a villain, sensationalizing a serial killer, or glorifying a serial killer, right? You can't glorify a villain. Therefore, you don't even have villains anymore, because they can't be someone that could be objectionable by reality, like someone might think is cool, and they'd try to, you know, like replicate instead of their parents telling them, no, killing people's bad. You have to have movies and reality that aligns with the idea that they won't ever get the notion that killing is bad, right? It's like we're in some sort of weird fucking brain-fuck dystopia in which, like Orwellian, like thought crime is illegal, right? You know? Anyways, yeah, Black Adam. I think from the looks of it, it seems like DC is trying to go back to like the O version of comic book movies, and that's not necessarily a bad thing if that's what you're looking for. But in general, comic book movies has just kind of become boring for me. And I used to love them. I used to love the Marvel Universe and like go and see them in the theater and whatever, and it's not really that point anymore. I don't think I've outgrown it. I still like anime. It's just they haven't grown up. The comic book movies kind of got really good in the early O's, and then they just got worse, where they turned it into an IP that they just milk the shit out of and then don't give a shit about it. Not like any of the movies Rock is in. I mean, he's a pretty one-dimensional actor for the most part. He's kind of like Arnold. He's like a new version of Arnold, where he just kind of does action movies and that's it, and you can't really expect much depth to his character and his person because he doesn't really have it. So then you make a role around him like Terminator, right? Or Predator movies or whatever, right? That fits his MO, and that's basically it. I don't know. But no, I haven't seen it, and I don't plan on going to see it, and probably like not really all that interested in it. I know it has a pretty controversial ratings right now. There's a lot of people that are into it or aren't into it. So, anyways, if you guys didn't know, the PTB released for Dead by Daylight. We are not playing Dead by Daylight tonight, and I usually don't play the PTB anyways. But there's a new killer that came out, which is a knight, and oh yeah. Well, if you think so. Kind of seems as though you went from two different directions there on that one. Anyways, you might be biased because you don't like any of the movies that Rock is in, so there might be that. But anyways, the new killer for PTB is a knight, and he has some characters that you can use along with him. We're going to cover the PTB and the changes that they did in it, in addition to the new killer, the new perks for the new killer. I've watched some of the streamers play him. He looks kind of interesting. I've mentioned this before, guys. Since Nemesis released, I said that every single killer in the game should have a PvE element. It should have something like zombies. Not that they have to be zombies, but rather it's just a PvE element that survivors have to work around that aids the killer and makes the game more than a one-dimensional chase with the killer itself, right? Nemesis, one of the reasons I love Nemesis so much was because he had zombies, even if they're broken half the time, probably by on purpose, where BHVR broke them intentionally so they aren't too overbearing for low-level survivors, right? You wouldn't want that survivor that doesn't know how to go in a fucking circle, and instead they make their circle too small and get hit by the zombie because they're idiots. But yeah. Anyways, the new killer has knights as well, and there's ways that they function, and he's kind of an interesting killer in and of himself. He's not just a mouse one. He has kind of like a dredge ability for moving himself around for anti-loop, which of course doesn't work very well, as you guys know with dredge. He's just not very good. It's kind of funny because when Dredge came out, everyone's like, he's S-tier killer, guys. Dredge is S-tier. And you notice how no one plays him anymore? He's not S-tier, and he's very easy to work around unless you get a survivor in a corner. Yeah, he's incredibly easy to work around and predict. Yeah, anyways. Let's see. Can we look at the perks on the wiki instead? DVD wiki. They should, like, when a new chapter releases, guys, they should have front and center the new killer and new survivors, like, right here, like, in a showcase. Just, like, right here, like how Shrine of Secrets is here. They should have, bam, the new killer. During the introductory phase, new killer, new survivors right here. I mean, just immediately just made it better. Obviously, you can scroll down here and find them, right? And by the way, they 100%, BHVR 100% pays someone to do the wiki. Either this is internally done by them or something, but this is not a fan wiki. This fandom, but this is 100% done by their company. They could literally just move it to their website. This is totally not done by fans. So let's take a look at perks. Changed the walls too. They changed the wiki too. It's definitely, they keep making them better. It's good stuff, guys. Wiki guy does a really good job, regardless of what the coders do. Anyways, the new killer is the knight. K30 char select portrait.png. Huh? The knight is a strategic killer able to send faithful guards to hunt survivors and damage objects on the battlefield. His personal perks: Nowhere to Hide, Hex Face of Darkness, and Hubris allow him to reveal survivors, generate curse survivors, and scream out in fear, and the survivors stun and be exposed. Difficulty moderate. I would say this is a hard killer, mainly because you can't just chase people around. He's not Wraith. This is definitely what I consider a hard or maybe even an expert killer. Yeah, based on what I've seen so far. He's not Nurse in terms of mechanical skill, but he's also not Wraith in terms of how you deal, like you have to think with him. Like Bird Lady. Or Nemesis, but not completely with Nemesis. Okay, so his perks: Nowhere to Hide. Performing a damage generator action on a generator triggers Nowhere to Hide. The auras of all survivors within 24 meters of your position are revealed to you for 5 seconds. This is kind of like the Locker perk, only the Locker perk sees across the entire map and has a 30-second cooldown. This is 24 meters around your position. This is not super amazing. This will help you find people that might be skulking around if you want to start a chase. But if you're looking for cross-map awareness, it's not going to help you out that much. So I don't really think this is a replacement for lockers. I think lockers is actually still just a better aura reading perk than this is. Hex Face of Darkness. Once you injure a survivor by any means, if there is a dull totem remaining on the map, Hex Face of Darkness activates and lights it, cursing that survivor. All other survivors see the aura of the cursed survivor for 8 seconds. All other survivors will scream intermittently if they are outside the killer's terror radius, revealing their auras for 2 seconds. Hex Face of Darkness deactivates when the cursed survivor either enters the dying state or becomes healthy, extinguishing its totem. Hex Face of Darkness is disabled for the remainder trial if survivors manage to cleanse the Hex totem. So if they find it before before they either become healed or now the totem goes away because they become healthy or go into the dying state. They have to find it before that happens, which is going to lead to scenarios where people aren't going to get healed in order to try and figure out where the totem is and basically get rid of it. It has like a built-in version of Undying into the totem itself, which makes it much more difficult to... You could apply this to a lot of different totems, by the way. It makes it much more difficult to get rid of without cleansing all the totems. It's kind of hilarious because this is a way of dealing with the fact that survivors don't cleanse totems, and they kind of need to cleanse totems, but not really. Scream intermittently. I wonder what the time period is on intermittent screaming. No, there's no time period on intermittent screaming, so you don't really know. Okay. I hate black and white text, by the way. White on black text, excuse me. Makes it very difficult on your eyes. And people say this is easier on your eyes. It's totally not easier on my eyes. Maybe it's easier on your eyes if your brightness is jacked or something. I disagree. This actually makes it more... It's like the fucking words burn into your eyeballs. I don't understand this. I don't understand. I think it's the perception that it's easier on your eyes. I don't think this is. I don't think dark mode like this is actually easier on your eyes. Because if the screen's brighter, your pupils dilate, right? They zone down. And you might say, oh, that's harder, but it's not, because instead you have super bright text going into your wider pupils now, right? It's like it turns the text into fucking laser beams instead of it being like a brighter light in your face. It focuses it into the text itself, and that makes it more obnoxious, in my opinion. As you can see here, even though the text is white, it's dull, right? It's not just pure white. It's like a reduced brightness white, because they have to do that. And then this isn't down here. But once again, even the dark here isn't just pure black. Where on the website, I think, no, that's actually, it's like a gray. But anyways, causes survivors intermittently scream. That could be interesting if you're camping, and screams, by the way, interrupt unhooking. So if they scream at an inopportune time, maybe it'll allow you to get unhooked. I don't think this is actually going to be run that much. I feel as though... I mean, it has some interesting mechanics as far as the totem goes itself, but you could actually just not make it a totem, and I don't think people would run it. It allows you to figure out where survivors are, but instead you could just run this right here, or the locker perk is just better than this, and hands down. And it's not a hex, so why would you run this shit, right? Because just because people are screaming doesn't mean you need to find them. right? You could know where everyone is at all times. That doesn't mean you need to know where they are because you're in the middle of a chase, right? Information doesn't help you if you already have a chase and you don't need to like look for someone. So, yeah, not sure, guys. I don't think this is all that useful. This perk's probably not going to get run. Hubris, whenever you're stunned by a survivor, that survivor suffers an exposed status effect for 20 seconds. Hubris has a 20-second cooldown, so that means you can't just have multiple people exposed, I guess. Only the same person can be exposed. This seems like it might just be interesting, or it might be something OP, but it's not. When you get stunned by a pallet, you usually have to break that pallet, or you're basically fucked. And this is just, all this means is people are just going to pre-drop pallets. So much like that perk where if someone vaults a pallet, it breaks the pallet. What's going to happen is people are just going to pre-drop pallets. Just like when you run the pallet break build on Legion, all they do is just pre-drop pallets. That's what they do the entire game. So when people know you have this perk, maybe it's going to happen once, especially at high MMR. It's going to happen once, and then you're not going to get any value out of it because all they're going to do is pre-drop. Because there is no downside to pre-dropping. You can time it. You can time that safe period, guys, when you're going around a loop, to either drop the pallet when you're still safe and you think you have one more loop, or you can drop, you can wait and go around one more loop and possibly get a drop/stun. All this means is someone's going to pre-drop a pallet. There is no downside for survivors for pre-dropping pallets for the most part. Which is why a lot of survivors just pre-drop pallets, right? Yeah. Because there's no effective way for killer to deal with pre-drop pallets. Like Enduring, Spirit Fury all rely on getting stunned, right? Brutal Strength is the only answer to that. When we ran most one killers, it basically is what it turns into, is you just have to break a lot of fucking pallets, and that's just the way the fucking game is, and that's just the end. There's no effective way for killer to deal with just a shitload of pallets, unless he's playing a killer that's breaks pallets a little bit faster than other killers, like Nemesis's Whip or Demogorgon's Lunge Attack, right? Yeah. So this ability, and killers that can get around pallets, like let's say Spirit, to a lesser extent, Nurse, and to a lesser extent Spirit, excuse me. Even though they can go around pallets, you generally don't stun Nurse or Spirit anyways, right? For the most part, you might stun Spirit, but Nurse you don't go for stuns on for the most part. So, another perk that's basically worthless. So all these perks in general are pretty worthless. I don't think anyone's going to run them. This is a good informational perk, but once again, you can just run the locker perk if you're really hard up for information. It might be nice if you can see a survivor that's camping by a gen or something and get a free hit. But for the most part, just because you know where survivors are does not mean you're going to be able to catch them or do damage to them. It's like playing Plague and realizing that even though people are in a 0 health state, like you can down them instantly, right? They're in a single health state. Regardless of the fact that people are in a single health state doesn't mean you're going to be able to catch them. So regardless of that, not really all that useful in terms of perks. I think the most useful perks here are probably going to be, like Hubris isn't really going to work for anyone. They're just going to pre-drop pallets. They're never going to get stunned. That's just the way that it's going to be. It might work with solo survivors. Actually, no. Blind effect isn't a stun, right? It'll work with, there are a couple stuns in the game, like Head On, or where you aren't going to run into this scenario, but basically the majority of your stuns come from pallets, right? Head On, or Blast Mine, right? So in general, not going to be all that useful. It's not really, even Blast Mine. Even if you get Blast Mine, that's 5 seconds where you can't do shit. So once it's longer than DS, at that point it doesn't matter, right? Unless you have Blast Mine and then there's nowhere to hide and you see a survivor just sitting there, but then they know they're exposed. Actually, no, it's not even that. It's the survivor that stuns you, so I assume Blast Mine's going to transfer to whoever planted the Blast Mine, so maybe it'll be the guy that's there. However, probably not. So, these 3 perks, basically worthless, guys. I don't expect them to be run at all. If they do, they might be... No, they just aren't going to get run. This is an inferior, the locker reveal perk. This is an inferior locker reveal perk. This one, in general, they can scream all they want and doesn't give you exact information, so it's not that useful for killers that need to be precise, like Huntress or Nurse, right? Yeah. If you want to blink on someone with Nurse, you're not going to run that, where you could run the locker perk. All these are worthless, not very good. The knight himself has some interesting abilities. Guardian. Imposing Claymore weapon. Primary weapon of the night, a massive weapon capable of cleaving a foe in half in the right hands. Yeah, it's just a normal. It's just basically you have a pipe and that's it. It's basically a shape, right? You have a tool and that's it. It doesn't matter what you put in your hand. It's imposing claymore. Okay, it's flavor text. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't change. It's just another mouse one. Guardia Compania. The knight can summon guards, patrol nearby areas, hunt survivors, or execute tasks for him. Yeah, so you can get them to kick gens, you can get them to break walls and stuff, which is actually pretty useful if you need to multitask, right? But in terms of zombies, they aren't actually as good as zombies in terms of putting pressure on areas of the map. That being said, if their AI is not broken, they might just be straight up better than zombies, because zombies will just turn off. They will just stop working. And that's whether or not it's... whether or not BHVR wanted him to do that, like his kit's balanced around his zombies being broken, remains to be seen, right? And that's one of the unfortunate eventualities of... Oh my god, am I in the wrong category, guys? Just looking at this. I don't think I ever updated my topic. Oh my god. You know, people are going to probably come in here and, you're not dressed like a knight? Yeah, no shit. Okay. We'll be playing Overwatch later. After we're done with this. The knight can summon guards to patrol nearby areas to hunt for survivors or execute tasks for him. Tap the power button to activate guard summon mode. Ending this mode will summon one of 3 guards in a fixed order who will do your bidding, each with his own special ability. So you can't even pick which guard you summon. Carnifex breaks or damages objects faster. The assassin moves faster during a hunt. The jailer patrols for longer and is better at detecting survivors. Survivors are invisible to the knight while he's in guard summon mode, and that's what your basically anti-loop is like Penis Face or Dredge, as he's more commonly known. While in guard summon mode, freely move around and increase movement speed to trace a patrol path and press power button or drain the power gauge to end the guard summon mode. So you have to actually go out of your way. Good evening, Ooze. You have to go out of your way to start a patrol, and so it takes time out of your schedule. I know it sounds weird, but time management's a huge deal for killers, isn't it? So you have to go out of your way to actually make a patrol path for a killer, or for guard, and then they'll do it. And however long they'll do it depends on which guard you summon. What they do depends on the guard you summon. And that's very unfortunate because it takes a lot of time, right? You can't just tell them to go to an area and they'll patrol an area. Or you have like a RTS mode where you can click different spots for them to patrol to, like waypoints. Yeah. The patrol always starts from where the guard summon mode ends. The guard reaches the other end of the patrol path. He will turn back and continue his patrol in the other direction. This behavior repeats for as long as the guard is summoned. Guard order. While the guard is summon mode, aim at generating in progress a down pallet or breakable wall and press the attack button in order to summon the guard to complete the break or damage action on selected object. So that's going to turn out, for the most part, you're probably not going to specialize which guard you're using. Like, it's just going to be like, oh, I'm going to use this because I'm on, like, round 3 of the summon, right? What's going to happen is you're just going to have an opportunity where you have to do something. You're going to have to use whatever guard's available to you, whether or not they align with whatever you pick, right? It's just going to be the way that it is. Unless you can pick and choose which guard you use when, it's just going to come down to RNG for the most part, because you aren't going to have time to go out of your way to do stuff that you need to do, because you're a killer, and killers don't have time. Guard order will aim at guard mode. Guard summon mode, aim at a nearby generator in progress, down pallet or breakable wall, and press the attack button in order to summon the guard to complete the break or damage action on the selected object. Yeah, you could potentially use the patrol mode in order to patrol parts of a loop and then get like a loop set up. That takes way too much time, and they can just run away, by the way. Hey, Big. You know how to get stripped laptop screws out? You think a local repair shop can fix it easily? Yes. Do I know how to get them out? You can use a screw extractor. I don't know how well they work on small screws, but that's generally what you use for big screws. You could use a screw extractor. You could try gluing the tip of a properly sized... By the way, if you guys didn't know, you usually strip screws because you use the wrong size screwdriver. I know that sounds like a good dumb moment, but a lot of people just use the wrong size screwdriver, and it'll strip things out. And especially with like low quality heads, you won't have good fitment, and then it'll cause a strip out. And obviously, you're pretty screwed. Yeah. Yep. And you could try gluing the head to it. Otherwise, I don't know if they make small screw extractors. You probably might want to look at YouTube too. There might be a better way of doing it. Yeah, and normally, like, the shitty thing about that is normally one of the ways you deal with strip screws is you apply exact perpendicular pressure, right? Like, the screwdriver has to be exactly pointed down, and you apply a lot of pressure, and then you turn it, but make sure that you don't try to skip. So you have to turn it with a lot of pressure, but you can't do this on electronics, right? Because they're too fragile. And you put it down, like, right on the tip, and then you turn it not hard as in, like, rotationally, but push down really hard and turn it, right? But if it's an electronic, you're going to break plastic, glass, all sorts of shit. A laptop is especially fragile. Yeah. But yeah, another option there is possibly gluing the head down. But I'd visit YouTube and you might find something helpful there. Another option you can do, like in terms of like automotive or some bigger stuff, like if you run into like a stripped up bolt, you can tack a new head or socket to it. Yeah. With like a welder, you can't do this for electronics. Once again, you're kind of in a bad spot because you have to be fragile with it, right? You have to be delicate with it because it is fragile. So, but even on corners, it's plastic. You're going to break it if you apply a lot of pressure. You can try, but you're probably going to break the corner because it's plastic. Like the amount of pressure I'm talking about isn't something you normally put on a little piece of plastic. It's like on like wood or metal. You could still try by adding, once again, perpendicular pressure straight down on it, and then try and like slowly working it out with a lot of pressure, but you might just end up breaking the corner of your laptop. So, rip it out with pliers. Well, you can't really do that, right? Because you have to got to get on the corners of it, and usually those are recessed. You could do that with like a bolt or something, maybe. Pair of lockjaws. Yeah, check out YouTube. You might find something interesting there. DIY. Sometimes people come with really clever solutions that aren't straightforward. While a guard is patrolling, you can detect survivors within a highlighted area, which is displayed as a white circle around the guard. Displayed as a white circle around the guard. That's probably hard to see compared to zombies raising their arms. If a survivor is detected, the guard will move to their location, leave a standard on the ground, and start hunting the survivor for a few seconds. The hunted survivor can escape the guard with the following means: unhooking another survivor. So you can't hook camp with them. You can't hook camp with the guards. Grabbing the standard. Surviving until the hunt elapses. Wow, they really fucking suck, guys. Holy shit. This is like zombies, only you can counter the zombies with something other than a flashlight, which you might not have. So the guards are actually pretty terrible. Yeah. So all you have to do is aggro a guard and then just run away. Do any of them run faster than survivors? Is actually a good question, because if they don't, they're going to be worthless. If either the guard or the knight himself attacks the hunted survivor, the guard will disappear. So if they take a swipe, this is another asterisk, by the way. So if they take a swipe and they miss, they'll disappear. So zombies, if they miss, they're just there, right? They don't disappear. If the guard downs the hunted survivor, the knight will receive killer instinct notification down survivor location, which probably isn't going to happen. Let's see, movement speeds. 4.6, which is a normal killer, I believe. As a normal killer. Artifacts, which is one of the guards. 0.4. None of them. What's 4.1? What's survivor speeds default? Where I don't like, they use percent sometimes, and then they use MS sometimes, and then you have to know both of them. Because why wouldn't you have two systems for doing the same? Survivors move at 4.0. What's Myers? What's 105? Ah, not Myers. Shape. Okay. Again, two different systems for the same thing. 4.2 is 105%. So the jailer, which is the fastest out of all these guys, only runs at 4.1. So he runs at 102.5%. He runs 2.5% faster than survivors. Control duration 12 seconds, hunt duration 24 seconds. Artifacts hunts longer. They both move at 3.4, which is slower than survivors. This guy runs faster, but he only hunts for 12 seconds. Once again, you can't pick which one you use. It's RNG on whether or not it's up when you need it. Causes bleeding when attacking survivors, so they have to mend. That's the assassin. Once again, you can't pick and choose unless you just happen to use the right one at the right time. You aren't going to be able, or you save it, you aren't going to be able to pick and choose which one you use. It's just RNG. It just round robins through them. When you have an opportunity to use one, you have to use one. It doesn't matter which is up. So, first 24 seconds is a long time. Once again, that's whether or not they can actually maintain line of sight. Whether or not they can actually continually, go after the survivors remains to be seen, right? Yeah. So if they can actually stay aggro to the survivor for 24 seconds, this is actually pretty good, regardless of the fact they only move at 3.4. That's relatively good, right? But if they can't, 24 seconds doesn't matter, and you just have to stunt. You have to start the hunt, and because they are AI, you're probably going to find ways of cheesing them. So you start the hunt, and then you lose line of sight or aggro if you can. Lose line of sight or aggro, and then they just basically the hunt's over, right? It doesn't matter if it's 24 seconds if you can lose line of sight because they're so slow. Oh, hunt speed. Okay, I'm looking at this wrong. So when they get aggro to you, they move faster. Okay. This is just their patrolling speed. Okay, I'm looking at this wrong. 4.4 is 110. That's actually meaningful. And 4.1 is, once again, 102%. So these guys are barely moving faster than the survivors. And this is going to come down to whether or not they can, if they can break line of sight and de-aggro them, then it goes back to what actually causes them to disappear, which is if they take a swipe, or you could just run, you could just do a circle around them and grab the standard. I guess that's basically what this is going to come down to. Is when they take aggro, all you have to do is go around a loop and grab the standard, and then they're dead. So even then, there's counterplay to the guards themselves, which is unhooking survivors, so you can't camp the hooks with them. You wouldn't want killers to be smart, right? You wouldn't want killers to be smart. I was reading Tofu's chat earlier today, guys, and I mentioned that Tofu was experimenting with this, and he was like, oh, hey, I guess you can't camp the hook with these guys. And I said, yeah, you can't play smart with them. And then there's a survivor in the chat that's like, oh, is someone angry that you can't camp hooks with them? because I was pointing out the fact that you literally can't use them to do something smart. They're forcing you in a way to play as though you have to be a dumbass killer, because obviously you're a dumbass killer, right? You can't be a smart killer. You can't use your noggin, because if you do that, then you're a bad killer, right? No, because that's in Survivor entitlement. You can do all sorts of smart things as Survivor. Doing them as killer? No, that's a no-no, right? Don't be a smart killer, guys. Don't do smart things. Why are you guys being smart? Stop being smart. Don't be smart. I want you to be a stupid killer. Yeah. So, what's going to happen here is my guess, even though these guys run relatively fast and 24 seconds or 12 seconds would seem as though it's a 12 seconds here would seem as though this is a long time. What's going to happen is you're going to have someone take I think the go-to here is you're going to have a guy that takes aggro, and he just goes one loop around a building, or around a segment of a loop, and then pulls the standard, right? Unless there's a time duration for pulling the standard instead of just touching it, which we'll maybe get to here. All it basically results in is someone going around a loop once and pulling the standard, and then they're despawned. These are worse than zombies. Even though they have better stats than zombies, these seem as though they're worse than zombies once people just know how to use them. At low MMR, it could be that they'll be super OP. Zombies got... One of the reasons zombies are as dumb as they are, as dumb as shit as they are, is because I'm pretty sure they got nerfed when BHVR realized that zombies, low MMR survivors couldn't handle zombies. They'd like flip out. Once again, the game should have different balancing depending on the MMR you're playing at. I've mentioned this for over a year and a half at this point. It's on Twitter. I put it in cement on Twitter just to make sure that I would have, when this came to pass, that I would have, hey look, you can go back and look at this. Because, yeah. Yeah, yeah. You can actually go to the Twitters to find concrete proof, because I can't change the dates and stuff I post. Maybe with Elon's Twitter I'll be able to, but for the most part it's basically in concrete there, it's in stone. Yeah, they're just basically gonna take aggro, go around, and then pull it. So my guess, yeah, different balancing, a different MMR, guys. My guess is what's gonna happen here is all they're gonna do is do one loop. They're gonna take aggro and purposely take aggro off of the guard at high MMR and basically just burn your cooldown and go around a loop once and then pull the banner, and that's it. Which once again, this is like with Penis Face, with the Dredge, on how much counterplay they have to his kid, just like with Sadako, how much counterplay survivors have to play smart, right? And it just basically just nullifies any advantage you actually have as a killer. Whereas killer, you try to play smart, and they make sure that you can't, right? They make sure that you can't. Yeah. Survivors, on the other hand, you have all these different things you can do. You have all these different things, including the one where you just run away. You just run in a straight line away from him, which you'll be able to because they don't run that much faster than you. Except for the assassin, but as a killer, you can't pick which one you use because, once again, you don't want smart killers, right? They use the right thing at the right time. Instead, you just give them no option, and then they just get to RNG which one they want to pick. So yeah, this is what's going to happen is you're going to get one that gets plopped down, assuming that the killer leaves, which you might. You get one that gets plopped down, and it's just going to go around once, and then the survivor's going to pull the banner. So this leaves it basically to the position where you can use the guards for maybe one of two things. One is which you can use it to like tap a gen, but apparently they do not apply your perks. So kind of pointless to go and tap a gen if a survivor's right next to it because they'll just tap it back. So kind of pointless for that. You can use it to break a pallet maybe as a way of leaving. That's probably one of the best uses for it. Or you can use it as counter loop where you put the guard on one side of the loop and then you go around the other side of the loop, right? And that's basically it. And that's kind of a shame, but chance that Twitter might go the way of MySpace. Oh, okay. I mean, maybe. Kind of doubt it. MySpace really just they burned their castle around themselves, so yeah. Oh, you can only be 6 meters away to order a guard. So the range on orders is very short. Spawn time takes 2 seconds. So this might not even be a good idea to use it to break like a pallet or something because this takes 2 seconds to spawn the damn thing in the first place. That's longer than a pallet break. Actually, no, that might be just when after you order it when it's coming out. They only take a second to break a pallet or vault a window. That's actually really short. That's much shorter than Killer. A Killer, I believe, for vaulting a window is like 1.5 seconds. Unless you have add-ons. And for breaking a pallet, I believe it's like 2.5, 2.2. So they're actually faster at anti-loop, but because they're so slow, it doesn't really matter. You can put out a guard every 3 seconds, though. But once again, this is going to turn one of these things where Survivor just goes around the loop once and pulls the banner. So it doesn't matter that you could have no cooldown, and it probably wouldn't matter at all. If everyone deleted Twitter, could we make Elon poorer? You could bankrupt the United States by not paying taxes if everyone did it at the same time. It's not going to happen, so sure. I mean, Disney bought Lucas, and these people still watch Star Wars, so. You move really fast when you're setting up a patrol path. You get 5% haste for 3 seconds when you pick up a banner. Jesus Christ. And you get 3 seconds of endurance. The fuck is this shit? I think I like training wheels. So not only do survivors are able to pick up the banner, when they do, they get a bonus for picking up the banner and endurance. So they can pick it up in front of you and tank a hit. Like, holy shit. Like, all the counterplay that they give survivors and they don't give Killer any. Holy fuck, guys. Hey, look, guys. The best way of dealing with it is also something that gives you a bonus. The best way of dealing with the guards is also what gives you a bonus. Wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah, he's not striking me as very good, guys. He might be, if zombies can fuck survivors at low MMR, they're gonna fuck them harder than these guys are, because there's all sorts of counterplay to these guys. They move faster, but you literally just, at low MMR, you just run away in a straight line, you're still gonna be fine. The only one that's actually able to catch you in any meaningful amount of time is the assassin. At 4.4, which is 110%. Yeah. You might fuck low MMR survivors low to mid-range. By the way, prior to other streamers figuring out that certain killers are good at fucking people low MMR, I talked about it last year, guys, with Cenobite when they nerfed him. Talked particularly about that. Yeah. Yeah, with the zombies when they nerfed Nemesis and zombies multiple times. Yeah. Always ahead of the curve. 12 months earlier, guys. 12 months prior. Gotta toot my own horn, guys. And so it looks like basically one of the best killers is the assassin, just in general. It looks like all these other guys fucking suck dicks, so maybe it turns into one of these things where you can't even spam them out because the patrol duration is 24 seconds. So this guy's just going to be out there just eating up your assassin time. Can you just spam them out and just get the... power up? One of the strategies here, guys, would be to just spam out the jailer and the Carnifax just to get rid of them and then get the assassin up. Which is basically, this is what it's going to come down to, is needing this guy. Let's take a look at his add-ons. He might have something in here. Increases patrol time. You don't want patrol time, you want hunt time. Increases detection range for guards. This would be nice. Increases the amount of time it takes for a guard to complete their order action. So this is tapping gens and breaking pallets. Obviously, the most useful one is breaking pallets. But it takes a while to spawn the guard in the first place, so I don't even know if you want to do this. That might be useful, depending on how the mechanic works. Guards' movement speed while on patrol. Okay. When cycling through summoned guards, the assassin appears twice in a row. Useful. Hunt by +4 seconds. Yep. Jailer appears twice in a row. You don't want that. But once again, this is any use. It depends on whether or not you can spam them out. If you can't get rid of the guards while they're out, this is pretty fucking obnoxious. It just means you can set one on a gen and that's it, and so no one's going to touch the gen. But even then, they're just going to go one around a loop to loop and pull the banner. So I think it's going to come down to using assassin in a chase. Maybe other guards if they're up, but you're not going to want that if you can avoid it. Increases nice movement speed while creating a path by 25%. I don't think a lot of people are going to create paths simply because they take too much time. Unless you're trying to do some anti-loop. Come undetectable. Guard hunts. If survivors escape guard hunts without being hit 3 times. Worthless. Undetectable is pointless when you play against Swifts. Oblivious, another worthless stat. Even more worthless than undetectable. Oblivious means they can't see anything. Any aura reading or the killer red stain. Blindness is absolutely worthless. When a survivor is detected by a guard, the survivor suffers with blindness. This just removes aura reading. This removes your red stain, which is very useful. And your aura. Hemorrhage doesn't matter. Mangle doesn't matter. They're just like caking these on because they know they're worthless. These stats. I remember when people were talking about the changes to Sloppy Butcher with the hemorrhage changes right now. Everyone's like, oh, it's going to be so OP because you won't be able to 99 amend anymore, or a health gift for the handful of people that ever do that. Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter. Mangled sucks, which is what Sloppy Butcher has. Actually, I think they're slightly different. It's not a mangled effect. Mangled's like 20% longer to healing, which means it adds an extra 4 seconds to healing. Yeah, that's so great. That's incredible, guys. This is why Sloppy Butcher is one of the shittiest perks in the game, because when you actually add context to what it's doing, it's not very good. And talk about it in terms of gen time, and gen repair time taking longer is much more useful, because it's more time out of the survivors. It's all about time management. And if you're not making survivors spend time, then it's a worthless perk if you're talking about actual economy. After summoning the jailer, the knights increase the movement speed by plus 10% for 6 seconds. This could be useful. If this is additive or multiplicative, will determine whether or not how useful this is. Plus 10% for 6 seconds would be... if that's plus 10%, that'd be insane. So it's probably multiplicative 10%, which is much less useful. After summoning the assassin, all survivors more than 36 meters from the guard's initial position will scream, revealing their location for 3 seconds. That's not very useful, because you're probably going to summon it when you know where someone is. Another aura revealing perk, worthless. Aura reading in general in the game has limited uses, and once again, you can draw a heat map, and you can give you all the fucking aura reading you want. That doesn't mean you're going to be able to catch a survivor. That doesn't mean you're going to be able to pressure gens or be capable of denying gens from the survivors. They can give you all the aura reading perks in the world unless you're a killer that uses exact positioning, like a huntress with a hatchet from across the map, and even then that starts turning into luck. Or a spirit, the aura reading is basically worthless for the killer. Because a good killer can devise heat maps in his head, which is why they're giving us all these aura reading perks, because it's worthless. They don't mean anything. There's no gen regression here. There's no taking more health states from survivors to finish the game off faster, right? Stuff that you need. Breaking pallets faster, right? Yeah, like a better version of breaking pallets. There was the what was it? Superior anatomy, which allows you to vault the window faster. That definitely helps for downing survivors faster. There's no perks here to help down survivors faster, right? Except for this one where you spawn in the jailer, you get plus 10% movement speed. A lot of these are just worthless. Aura reading doesn't mean jack shit. Maybe if you're a shitty killer, aura reading's great and everything, but for majority of killers, majority of players, is okay. Alright, I can see where they are across the map. That means jack shit to me at this point because they can leave that position. You can give aura reading to you all the time. And the only time it's really going to matter is if you're trying to do a mind game and realize they leave the loop. So, good. Going for a save. That's why I haven't run aura reading perks in forever. In literally fucking forever. I think one of the last aura reading perks, it wasn't even an aura reading perk, one of the last perks I used for intel gathering was Bloodhound, because it allowed me to see trails of survivors longer, and then I could figure out where they're going so they couldn't stealth. The downside of that was some survivors, for some reason, knew that I had Bloodhound, and they would have a huge, that was last year, they'd have a huge leg up on me in terms of distance. I'd be so far behind them, it'd take me forever to catch them, at which point it's basically pointless, right? They can literally just, it's like, ooh, a piece of candy around the map, and basically pointless. So, yeah, and then at one point I was running crows, because that was useful as well. There's a lot better perks than what they're giving us. They give us a bunch of intel perks, it doesn't fucking matter. It's not going to help you. At the end of the day, as a killer, it's not going to help you. Unless you are one that needs exact intel, and there's better perks for that, such as the locker perk for playing nurse. So, like, they can cake these on, they can name them whatever they want, and it's just filler. It's essentially, you're just looking at filler perks, just like hemorrhage and mangled here. You're looking at filler stuff that you really shouldn't run, but it's like a trap here for you to run it as a killer and think it's good, right? Most of these are worthless. Plus 10%. Movement speed might be one of the most useful perks here. Stealth perks, worthless, especially playing against a Swift. They don't matter at all. Once again, filler, and then BHVR knows it. It'll help you at low and mid MMR when you're playing against shit survivors, especially Oblivious and Blindness or Undetectable. These will be useful. But when you start getting up there, they aren't going to matter at all. They're either just going to be nowheres or they're going to be on voice comms. You can summon the ninja, the assassin twice in a row. That's going to be useful, once again, if you can't spam out your ability. Movement speed, a lot of these don't matter. On time for 4 seconds. I don't think it's going to matter. Once again, it's just going to turn into a survivor going around a pallet and then pulling the banner, and then gets a bonus and endurance on top of it after pulling the banner. So he looks like a killer that Once survivors know how to play against him, he's not going to be very good. Much like Penis Face. Penis Face, not very good in general. He might be relatively, even at low MR, I don't think he's going to be very good simply because his guards don't work as well as zombies do as far as applying pressure. It's kind of interesting here. When a survivor escapes a hunt by any means other than flag, the survivor is afflicted by hindered and exhausted for 15 seconds. Hindered reduces move speed. Exhausted means they can't use their sprint burst. I guess this could help you find a survivor, but once again, they can pull the flag, so there's counterplay to it, right? And the primary way for finishing off guards at high MMR is going to be pulling the flag, because you get an endurance effect for it, too. Yeah, survivors have all sorts of fun ways of playing, right? Survivors have all sorts of fun ways of getting out of jail free, right? Without getting fucked. So this is not going to be a useful perk, because they're going to pull the banner. Once again, that's going to be the primary way of dismissing the guard. Not running for 15 or 20 seconds or whatever. Not running for 20 seconds is not going to be the way to get out of here. Every fourth guard summoned causes the survivors within 8 meters of that guard to suffer exposed for 8 seconds. This could be useful. But fourth guard, once again, this turns into RNG, so you can't time when you use it. Good shit. And you can't time which guard you're using it on. Good shit. So any sort of intelligent play by the killer is limited. You wouldn't want smart killers, right? Not useful. This would be RNG useful. While a survivor is hunted by a guard, spikes block the exit gates for a hunted survivor. When they vault, the vault location is blocked for all survivors for the duration of the hunt. While creating a patrol path, passing through vault locations will block the locations for 15 seconds. So this is basically an endgame perk. Oh no, they're getting out. Maybe here's a cookie. So this seems relatively useful. Yeah, assuming you get the right guard up, which you can't pick the guard, so yeah. Obviously that'd be more useful for the one guard that has a lot of time in the game, right? That's the jailer, right? Carnifex. Actually, I don't know. Carnifex is 12-second patrol, 24-second hunt. And this is 24-second patrol and 12-second hunt. I guess for the Carnifex, right? Because they'll be in chase. So the Carnifex, if you could pick which guard to use, which you can't, because obviously you can't be a smart killer. This might be useful for him at the end game when basically all the survivors are running away teabagging you at the exit gates. You can possibly use this maybe to get a 1k. Not a very good killer, guys, from the looks of it. It looks like you might be able to use the guard as an anti-loop or sit on a gen. And that looks to be the end case scenario for him is anti-loop or sit on a gen, and Bird Lady does it better. Zombies do what he does better in terms of pressuring the map, although you can't direct where they go. You can kind of finagle them with add-ons to maybe make them a tiny bit better. In general, it looks like the guard sucks. I don't think he's going to be all that great. It looks like he takes a decent bit of skill to use as far as just finessing his class in general. Just using his class seems like it takes a significant amount of skill, regardless of the fact that he's not even doesn't even seem that powerful. Low MMR, for the most part, people are just going to run directly away from the guards, and at high MMR, they're going to pull the banner. And pulling the banner is a much better solution than running straight away from them. So maybe you'll get some downs at like low MMR where people are dumb shits at 4.4, 110% movement speed. You might get some downs at low MMR. At high MMR, what's going to happen is they're just going to pull the banner. They're going to end up with an endurance effect. And what you're going to see is when you try to use these during chases, you're going to see a survivor just like run past the guard, pull the banner, get an endurance effect, and you're going to get a free hit on them. Or they're going to get a free hit with endurance effect. Yeah, so it's like having a killer that buffs survivors. That's kind of interesting. That's a good take, BHVR. I love having killers that literally are there to help survivors. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting take on a killer, at least from a design perspective. He seems pretty interesting. Implementation perspective, not very interesting. His aesthetics and the new map look relatively cool. The new map is way too orange and red. It looks that way probably to mask scratch marks and help survivors out once again. Gotta love that, right? Gotta give the survivors the upper hand again. Yeah, just fucking out of nowhere. Just, hey, let's make this map like red and orange so killers cannot see scratch marks. How great would that be? Fucking weird. It's probably like their whole development. Like, how can we fuck killers in this patch and kind of hide it? Yeah, so I mean, he looks cool from aesthetic standpoint, just like Sadako does. I don't think he's going to be very good. Maybe I'll stand to be correct here, guys. Initial impression is he's actually not very good. Once survivors realize that pulling the banner is how you deal with the guards, especially once you get this, yeah, assuming they, let's say they read the wiki, and you see this, yeah. Yeah. This is basically you can summarize the killer with this right here. This is the summary of the killer right there. His anti-loop also gives the survivor a bonus if they're smart about it. Meanwhile, his ability to use your, to guard hooks is right here. And by the way, this exists on Nemesis. Unhooking another survivor will despawn the guard. This exists on Nemesis, where the zombies will oftentimes just break next to hooks. I think them breaking on top of gens has something to do with their AI being intentionally broken next to hooks too, where they'll just stop moving and not actually hit. And by the way, there's immunity to survivors. If they get unhooked and the zombie hits them within like 2 seconds when they're unhooked, they don't take damage, if you guys are curious about that. They added that back November a year ago. That's when they broke the zombies even more to stealth nerf them because they were too strong. Yeah. They don't tell you about all this shit, but you notice it happening if it's your main killer, which Nemesis is my main, right? So, yeah. This is a killer that basically isn't going to be very good. He's probably going to be like a C-tier killer. Like Pig. Even Pig might even be better. Once people at high MMR, people are going to learn to pull the banner, and then they're going to get a benefit for doing so. His anti-loop is just inferior to a lot of killers' anti-loop, which is just using a guard, right? And hopefully you'll have the assassin up when you're using the anti-loop, and maybe you can get it down with it, right? Probably not, though, because it's RNG, because you can't pick which guard you use. Because BHVR doesn't want intelligent killers. Very unfortunate. So you could see, like, despite this killer being interestingly engineered, you can see all the chokehold that they applied to him in order to make it easier for survivors. Like, they intentionally gimped him to make him easier for survivors. And once again, the game should be balanced differently depending on the MMR, and then maybe both sides could have a little bit of a win here, right? Where you can take away some of these abilities or make them less overbearing or overpowered, as like the low MMR survivors are thinking. Like, low MMR survivors will tell you that Plague is an S-tier killer, for instance, when she's not. And then you play at high MMR with Plague and you realize that just because they're in a low health state doesn't mean you can catch them. So, because she doesn't have any anti-loop unless you drink, and if you drink, they have time to get away from you. So, yeah. And that's if you're lucky enough to end up by a fountain when you're in a chase or next to a chase. Good shit. There's a lot of... We went over Plague pretty heavily and discussed her downsides. Alright, let's see what the survivors got. I bet they got a bunch of nice perks, right? Killer perks here. These are all shit. Let's take a look at the survivor. Oh boy. Can't wait. Potential energy. You can take 1.5% repair progress and convert it into store it into 1% repair progress for later on. It's not a positive. It's not a net positive event. So what we're probably going to see is this isn't going to happen because it basically you repair slower in order to store tokens, store basically repair energy for later on. So it can turn a maximum of 25% repair progress into 20% that you can transfer to a different generator. Kind of an interesting perk. I don't think anyone's going to run it unless this is, because this is only one level here. It doesn't show the different tiers. If you lose a health state, you lose all the tokens. So I guess there's some counterplay. You're not going to know that the survivor has it as a killer. They didn't even need to add that. I don't think anyone's going to run this unless it turns into a positive ratio with like the tier level, which isn't displayed here. Unless it turns into a positive ratio, no one's going to run this. Maybe it is a positive ratio in the higher level of the perk, but I kind of doubt it. It might be, because this is usually the orange is usually the value that changes, right? Maybe. Let's take a look. Nope. Yep, so it doesn't improve based on the level. No one's going to run it. It's a net negative effect for efficiency. Obviously, survivors aren't going to run that because it doesn't make it go faster, despite the fact you could possibly use it to on a gen that's in a 3-gen. It's a way of breaking a 3-gen, right? Yeah. It's like getting a brand new part that you can transfer. So survivors are super... If survivors weren't so spoiled, this could be a perk that you could use for a clutch moment, but it's not. So they aren't going to run that. Succeeding a great skill check while repairing a generator reveals the killer's aura for 6 seconds. No one's going to run that. That's pointless intel perk. When you can just run something like Kindred. You could just run Kindred or Dark Sense. I think it's called Dark Sense, where you repair a gen, you see the killer's aura. It doesn't matter. Worthless perk. Increases the repair speed of any other survivor by 8% while you are being chased within 24 meters of generator currently being repaired. Worthless perk. I don't know, might be useful, but no, it's not as good as something like prove thyself. So potentially could be used to speed up gens. Kind of doubt it. This is a very, very niche perk. This one could be used as another niche perk, but it could also be clutch if you're in a 3-gen. But survivors aren't smart enough to think like that. Instead, they just complain about the negative ratio, so no one's going to run it. Yeah, none of these are interesting, like overpowered or out of the ordinary here, so kind of doubt it. So, a summary here, guys, of the killer is very easy to play around. He's probably not going to be very good. His units, his minions seem to be worse than the zombie AI, but they might be better. It depends. If the zombie AI is broken, the units themselves seem like there's a lot of counterplay. The killer himself is gimped, so you can't do certain things that you would need to win, such as camp hooks with a guard, or be capable of spawning the right guard at the right moment. Even putting aside hook camping, spawning the right guard when you need to, you can't do that. His anti-loop is based around the fact that, survivors aren't smart enough to pull the banner. Yeah. Get a free endurance effect. This basically says it all right here. Is haste strength, haste duration, endurance duration on pickup. If you're in chase and the killer's close to you, you can use it to get a free hit on yourself with an endurance effect. Yep. Good. Okay. Let's take a look at the comments section here. Oh, there's also other patch notes. Flashlights, yep. Flashlights got buffed now. The flashlight makes it much easier to hit flashlights, so you're going to see a lot more flashlights now. Because obviously, it's not overbearing enough getting survivors that know how to use a flashlight and just come out of nowhere. You have to make sure everyone's capable of doing it. You have to be more inclusive of all the low MMR players, right? Holy shit. Yep. Good. But now you're immune to locker brines, so you don't have to deal with bully squads, even though those were incredibly rare. Now you don't have to deal with them anymore. I guess the trade-off for just everyone being able to hit flashlights is you don't have to deal with locker bully squads for that tiny bit of matches that you saw them in. Bot support, okay. Updated basement, wider stairs to address body blocking issues. Yep. That's to prevent the killer from body blocking survivors getting downstairs. Wow. Yeah, making things easier for survivors. And once again, you wouldn't want killers being smart and body blocking appropriately. I've been doing this for over a year, by the way. Keeping people from going down to the basement when they're trying to get down there in the nick of time. Yep. Oh. I don't know if the updated basement's for all maps. It might be. There's one here for RPD, killer blocking the basement, which is probably with boxes. They like putting stuff right next to the entrance to the basement. You can sometimes use it like on the Auto Haven, I think it is. It's on one of the maps. There's like a rack next to a banister, and you could body block it because, yeah, BHVR things, right? And they immediately fix that stuff. I'm happy to have a summoner minion-based killer, though initial reactions have me worried about the AI and the general effectiveness. Yep. But also on top of that, there is already Nemesis. If the AI is anything like the zombies Nemesis has, I'll be annoyed. Hopefully the fact that they've been working on the AI apparently to be able to do bot matches and such, I'm holding hope. From what I've seen, it's far better than Nemesis AI, mostly because they exclusively chase rather than patrol with AI. You decide the patrol path and then chase. They broke the AI. I think what a lot of people are thinking here and they don't understand is that the AI for Nemesis is intentionally broken. Can't wait for Nurse to nerf Hubris. It's not. How many people try to stun Nurse? Nobody drops pallets on Nurse anyways, no shit. She could intentionally get stunned with a perk to make a lose-lose situation, drop the pallet on the stun, you're fucked. Oh, yeah, because there's a lot of nurses that work that way. Yeah, why'd you make things so much more difficult for you just to work around a perk and use it? Fuck off. I could come up with this fictitious scenario in my mind in which something happens, and then therefore it's going to happen, right? I know it can be used and abused in a certain very specific scenario, which makes everything more difficult. Most everyone is least resistance, right? They go down the easiest path, and they aren't going to make a weird-ass fucking scenario just to prove you right on the Reddit. Yeah, the Pygmalions fucking stoked to get night perks on their piggies. Pretty much all this would work well on it. No, that wouldn't. Once again, just because someone's exposed doesn't mean that you are going to be able to catch them. Furthermore, people are, if they know that you have that perk, they're just going to pre-drop pallets. New map looks like shit. Would honestly look better snowy. Yep. One of the knight's summons needs to be built in a way that counters holding W when the killer starts to power. You mean like what people do when you use your power as dredge? Yep. Yep. I love like the passive aggressive subterfuge to get certain killers nerfed, where they talk about perks being nerfed because of nurse to get nurse nerfed. Yeah. God, fucking guys, like the backhanded subterfuge to try and get, it's like politics. It's literally like Game of Thrones in here. If you want to look anywhere further, guys, than Game of Thrones, just look at the Dead by Daylight community as far as the survivors trying to get their way and trying to fuck killers in any way, shape, and form. Fogwise is awful at low MRQ and just absolutely busted for Swift. I mean, seeing the killer's aura is OP when you know you're in chase with it? What? Well, you can... There's all sorts of things that tell you where the killer is in relation to your position in the game. You don't need to see his exact aura. It's even, like I talk about a heat map on killer, it's even more ridiculous as Survivor because you can hear the chase music, you can hear it building up, and then you can see his red stain coming for you. Yeah, you don't need a perk that sees exactly where the killer is all the time. And if you do, like, Kindred helps survivors organize because they can see each other. And then work around the killer better. Yeah, no. It's not, it doesn't matter. Nowhere to hide, nope. You can just use the locker perk. Use potential energies to counter a 3-gen, yep. Add in the double hook camping, and I think pretty much convinced me BH is one survivors ever surviving, which would be fine, except how they pretend they do. Dude, survivors that have never touched a killer ever are fucking gross, guys, just in terms of their entitlement and spoiled, entitled, and ignorance, just like pure ignorance. Double hook camping. I run Fearmonger fairly often. What the fuck? What is double hook camping? I don't ever run Fearmonger. It feels like a trash perk that doesn't ever do anything. Yep. Because they get off the gens early and then they get their exhaust up. Fearmonger is one that makes it so you're exhausted when you're on gens, but you get off the gen for 5 seconds, I think it is, and then you're fine. Perk Nowhere to Hide sounds absurdly powerful. Have you seen the one that reveals the survivor's position when you open a locker? Within a certain distance, almost always will be within a certain distance of lockers. Like a killer that encourages camping, you look at the wiki and you realize you can't. How would Spirit Fury work against pre-dropping pallets? Because you can just break 3 pre-drop pallets and have the insta-break up when you get stunned. They can't possibly pre-drop every pallet. They 100% can fucking pre-drop every fucking pallet. There's another guy that hasn't played at high MMR or even medium MMR. Like mid MMRs where you just get stuff like that where you like the killer's not very good and they have a lot of time to get to new loops and just drop a pallet, especially with windows of opportunity. Which is a very good perk if you're not very good at finding loops. I know this power can kick a gen. Does it apply a gen kick perks? Nope. Yep, nope. You can't use your knights to do your bidding through you. Order minions to do stuff for you, breaking gens, pallet doors that saved you so much time. It's pretty strong. No. It takes you time to make the orders, and you have to be within a certain distance. Best add-on seems to be one that increases patrol time and increases the speed when you draw a path and length. No, because you're not gonna spend time making patrol paths because it takes time. You can't spend time as a killer. In terms of chase value, the power is very counterable by holding W and pre-dropping pellets. Yes, just like with Penis Face. Nice Mori is actually pretty cool. It does Gladiator Execute, where you stab down through the collarbone and you hit the heart. Actually, I don't even think they do that. They go straight down, but you're supposed to stab down and hit the person's heart. Not through the collarbone, but through the area you have up here. Someone watched, not Gladiator, Spartacus. Blood and Sand, I believe it is. Killer's not an RTS game, no, because you have to spend time doing stuff that you can't spend doing as a killer because you still have to chase survivors. So you can't, if you could draw on the map easily, like bring up an RTS map and draw it really fast, you would, but you can't, so it's not going to happen. Knight's power sounds quite good, it's not. The devs now seem to be experimenting with killers that have complex powers. It's starting to feel a bit stale with all the recent killers having similar powers. Yes, but it doesn't matter because there are safeguards in place so survivors don't get fucked by killers that are too smart for them. Yeah, BHR. At the end of the day, it basically just comes down to anti-loop. That's why original killers more. Yeah, like Sadako. Sadako's not original, by the way. Like Sadako, only you realize that she just sucks because they don't have passive gain for condemned sticks. So, end of the day, she just gets fucked, guys. Or people just get fucked by her. Excuse me, she gets fucked by survivors. The power makes it sound like a 4v4. You can only have one guard at a time. Yep. Hubris is going to be so good with Enduring Spirit Fury, it's actually insane synergy, except for the fact that you're not going to run it because people are just going to pre-drop. Yeah, best case scenario for that is literally Legion with his pallet break, and it's still not good enough. So good luck with that. Reacting to hubris and not realizing the friend called pre-drop. It is like people thinking that one perk that if a survivor drops a pallet and then vaults it, it breaks is an OP perk. Oh. Oh, potential energy works to prove thyself? Yep. Yep, he's a medium difficulty killer too. The knight looks so complex, maybe the most complex killer to date. He takes more strategic thinking, but not really, like, not as tough a mechanical skill as, for say, Nurse. There's different kinds of skills, guys. Complex involves multiple different skill sets, not just one, right? Nemesis is actually a pretty complex killer if you look at him more than just his power, which is just his whip. How I've been playing him for the last year and a half. Potential energy is a dog shit perk. No, use it for breaking 3 gens. No. You risk a star-stuck nursing coming, or you could just use the one that allows you to see where people are when you pick up the survivor. Yeah, no, okay. Where have you been? He has 18 points too. So 18 people agreed with that because they don't know better. Not Nemesis, Whiskers. Whiskers came out with a perk that allows you to see where survivors are when you pick up a survivor. So you can use it with Starstruck. Yeah, it's kind of weird how many people are like freaking out about hubris and then not putting into context that you can pre-drop pallets. Oh geez, guys. Pre-dropping pallets will make this perk mostly useless. Yeah, he has 7 points compared to 39. Not just pallet stuns though. Head and flashlights are blind. It doesn't count. Flashbangs are blind. Does not count. is what Legion should have been. No. No one talks about how ass potential energy is, and the not so elusive survivor that doesn't know what a 3-gen is. One. They probably just quit the game. They'd probably just DC and go next and never actually figure out how to deal with the 3-gen. Good. So they're just going to camp with this guy, aren't they? 3 points. That's not how his power works. Someone unhooks, they despawn. So. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Let's upload this to the tubes and get it up there. Yeah, new killer looks really cool. Not very effective. Much in the same way that Venus face looked kind of cool, but then turned into a shitter. He's the same way. There's too many safeguards in place for people just to deal with the knight. At high MMR, they're going to pull his banner, and at low MMR, they're just going to run away in a straight line, and the killer's probably just going to run too. So, nothing he does is really super amazing, as it turns out. This looks cool, and the new map's pretty cool. Way too many safeguards in place if you actually go through the wiki, which we did. Let's see. Dead by Daylight. Oh. Appears twice in a row. Control during pointed down, and you apply a lot of pressure, and then introductory phase homophobes, right? Yeah, so if you guys didn't know, apparently the Transformers, the probably wouldn't leave, but man, person should want to go out of my. We're talking about common motifs in TV series right now, movies. But anyways, that's where we're gender white male, right? Development in these essentially gods, and then they have gods fight each other. You just and therefore you can. From the looks of it, it seems like DC is trying to go back to like the other movies, because I mean, we actually talked, and they start talking about. Okay, she's just not very good. People, it's kind of funny because when can we look at the you're like just immediately or play voters and reveal survivors generators interesting, like overpowered or out of the ordinary here, so kind of doubt it. Spoiled. Yep, he's a medium difficulty killer too. The knight looks so complex, maybe the most complex. Yeah, anyways. Let's see. Can we look at the perks on the wiki instead? DB wiki. They should, like, when a new chapter releases, guys, they should have front and center the new killer and new survivors, like right here, like in a showcase. Just like right here, like how Shrine of Secrets is here. They should have, bam, the new killer during the introductory phase. New killer, new survivors right here. I mean, just immediately just made it better. Obviously, you can scroll down here and find them, right? And by the way, they 100%, BHVR 100% pays someone to do the wiki. Okay, this is not very good. And go through the wiki. Yeah. Q Killer looks really cool. Not very effective. Much in the same way that Venus face looked kind of cool, but then turned into a shitter. He's the same way. There's too many safeguards in place for people just to deal with. It is really super amazing, as it turns out. Gotta make sure those killers say dumb. You wouldn't want them becoming self-aware. Ah. Oh, that's good. Pretty good stuff, guys. Okay. Let's do our daily upload. 31st. Okay. I'm gonna go watch my coffee cup up, guys. Oh, I got 2 views because I published it under... Oh my god, under Overwatch instead of Overwatch 2. Maybe I put it all under the wrong topic, guys. You're back in 1 second. Oh. I keep dropping my chair because it puts a little strain on my legs, but... Jesus. Back. Alrighty. Kind of walking kind of slow here, guys. Trying not to make things worse. I have an appointment with the podiatrist on Monday this coming week. I have something going on with my Achilles tendon, and I don't want to make things worse. Because from what I understand, they can get worse. I don't want to make them worse. So, here we are, guys. Just taking it one day at a time, see where things go. I have to go in and have them do like an ultrasound or something and see what's happening. Idea what's going on. Let's see. Processing. Yes, it is. Yeah. Make sure to upload that right away to get right on top of the trend. Matter, maybe not. We'll see. Overwatch Reddits, guys. This is the unfortunate thing about trading between games is some people just want to watch you for certain games, but you're like, yeah, I like multiple games, guys. I wanna play multiple things, and they're like, no, only play Dead by Daylight now and forever. I played Dead by Daylight for like a year and a half, guys, with only occasionally like a couple times taking a break to do like a single player game. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, did we troll some friends that seem to think that Yes, Activision still values the first Call of Duty at $20, who seem to think that they need to have 6 years of support after Overwatch's release. They have to have continued support for 6 years. Yeah, they had constant content release for all these. Warcraft, they had constant content release for all these guys. They have expansions. And Activision still values the first Call of Duty at $20. It's going to be 20 years old soon. Do they? Do they release content new for the first Call of Duty console? They don't, by the way. Okay. I don't know why they got 11 upvotes. I mean, if they re-release it as like an HD version and sell it again? Yeah. Do you realize you pay for the game again? Maybe not. Yep. What do you think about Cassie's magnetic grenade damage? It needs to be rid of. Yeah, they're worse than flashbangs. Very bad. Even Tracer on her ultimate does not have aim assist on it. After 1 week of Skin Bundle being in the store, forcing people to buy bigger credit bundles and not knowing if the bundle would disappear in a week, Kiriko Skin is now available to purchase individually. Surprise marketing. Look. That's the way sales work with pretty much everything else in the fucking world, guys. Yeah. Like capitalism. Love this company. Motherfucker, that's how events work. You gonna complain about that you have a birthday every year? Yep. Spoiled and entitled, just like Dead by Day. It's not as bad as Dead by Daily Survivors, guys, but they're getting up there. Terms don't even make sense on Heroes Without Guns. I mean, it's a charm. You can attach charms to anywhere on your zipper. 24,000 upvotes! Yeah, you never seen a charm on a backpack or on a phone or something? Yeah, no. On a belt? Nope, it has to be on a gun. Okay. 24,000 upvotes, guys. 24,000 people found that to be very good to upvote. Oh. Bring back all the maps, I agree. Regardless of what the suggestion is, they should just bring back all the maps, because having more maps is more fun. And no, this should not be an option, because that will diminish, basically, how frequently people queue for stuff. You could give, like, one option of one thing you'd want to avoid or something. You might be able to work that in there, but, yeah. I don't know if it's 6, by the way. I don't know how many maps they removed compared to how many they have. It's real. What'd you do? Turned his Overwatch disc into a cookie cutter. Okay, and you can download the game for free. 6 years later. Congratulations. People are fucking morons. Let's see. And let's finish these off. Watch. I mean, gameplay, Overwatch, Overwatch 2. By the way, my feetsies are very warm right now. It's lovely. Did you guys know you can get a heated pad for your feetsies so that they stay warm in the middle of winter when it's cold out? Yeah, you can. Let's use original Overwatch now. Which is weird, my game category should not change how many people are watching my videos, but we'll see. It does not handle apostrophes appropriately. Dead by Daylight. Let's see, gaming. Game dev. Podcast. Dead by Daylight. TBD. When I first started uploading all my backlogged videos, guys, we actually had, like, there was a decent amount of people, like, commenting and seeing my stuff. And then after I stopped doing that and started doing daily uploads, just done. It's like the algorithm's like, yeah, where's this guy? What's he doing? And he's like, yeah, no one wants to see this shit. And then he doesn't recommend me to anyone anymore. Okay, AMD Reddits, guys. Got that taken care of. Strong Ryzen 7 5800 X3D leaves Raptor Lake and Zen Force trailing in its wake. Yeah, because 3D cache. Yes. Does 3D cache. 1000 series literally. Basically, released with half of its processors. Gamers know what the cache does, and they want it. I'm personally waiting regardless of what happens with the 13,000 or 7,000 for a giant cache. People are smart enough to wait 4 months for something better when they're dropping $500. Yeah, surprise! 3D cache, and people know what the 3D cache. And this like basically become like legend at this point in the gaming community. 3D, the giant cache. Well, at least with the AMD gamers, I don't know if Intel's just like, oh, we'll just buy Intel because it's Intel. But I'm waiting for. If Intel introduced with the giant cache, I probably would have got that too, but they didn't. Neither Intel nor AMD have designed their current processors, which is 4 months from now is going to be when they release. 3 months from now is when they're going to release the 7000 series with a 3D cache. So, yeah. Yep. Not hard to see. AMD is investigating reports of Ryzen 7000 gaming performance anomalies in Windows 11. Yeah, I heard about that. Another reason not to upgrade to Windows 11, guys. Yep. 7900 graphics cards has been pictured with 2 8-pin connectors confirmed. Yep. They aren't using the 12V HPR and all the problems associated with that. Surprise, because you have 2 8-pin connectors in your computer right now. Probably also means it's not going to pull more than 500 watts. DVD Reddits, a lot of release notes, which we covered earlier. Has learned their lesson. Perhaps we could design survivors who wouldn't be overly attractive. We could create characters that average people could identify with. No one buys the survivor or their skins. Never again. And no fucking shit. No fucking shit. I don't know why people are out to crucify unrealistic standards of beauty when that's what we want to look at in a fantasy. It's not real life. Literally, look in a mirror if you want to be disappointed. Pretty much most geeks are chiseled like Henry Cavill and don't want a relatable character in their fantasy when they're trying to escape from life. Yeah. There's a strong crowd that has to advocate for realistic standards of beauty in entertainment and TV series and in video games. No, you play fucking video games. I don't play a video game because I want to kill people. I play a video game because it's a fictitious reality. It's a what if. We're playing OW2. We're just so I still cover DVD content, and as such, we will be continuing to cover DVD content. because that's what I've done for the last year and a half. We just got off discussing the new patch that's releasing, new patch that's releasing for Dead by Daylight, which took up the majority of my podcast, and now we're cleaning up right now with Reddit. It's not usual for new content patches to come out, so it's a rather relatively irregular occurrence, and just gobbles up more time on my stream. That's just the way that it is. But we're going to be playing OW2 in here in a second, so. Pretty much most geeks are into like Henry Cavill and don't want a relatable character in their fantasy when they're trying to escape from real life. Trying to escape from life. I don't know why people are out to crucify unrealistic standards of beauty when that's what we want to look at in fantasy. It's not real life. Really literally look in a mirror if you want to be disappointed. As is the way of fantasy. They absolutely dropped the ball with Hattie. No, Hattie literally looks like probably just your normal geek chick. They didn't give her cosmetics that are fun to mix. Do you want to give her a hat? Like, what are you trying to pull off there? Okay. You just want her to have, like, plastic surgery every time they give her... the literal, like, the... Hattie herself just looks like a shitty... Like, she just looks like a shitbag. She looks like your average geek. That's just the way it is. Welcome to real life. You trying to dress her up and make her look prim is just going to be no different. No, this is just literally... Yeah. Hattie looks fucking goofy and her face is permanently pissed off. Yep. This is the new Survivor. Yep. Not quite, but yeah, imagine. There's a lot of people that have exactly this kind of face, and they're attractive. Congratulations. And this is an artist, obviously, for Giga Chad, which is a combination. This is basically an amalgam of a bunch of different... looked at the... Not documentary, but like the creative inspiration for that. Basically, she took a bunch of like the attractive characters. This is by a female artist. She took the attractive characteristics of a couple different guys and then basically made an amalgam out of them. So basically just fucked a bunch of guys who are her muses and then turned one. It's like it's the culmination of like 4 different guys. Yeah. Surprise. Which almost no one looks like, so. We need more nitty-gritty skins that look like they're literally pulled out of a dumpster. Wow. Wow, a bunch of people are going to buy that. Why is everything so orange? You're talking about the new map. Hide scratch marks. Downvoted because survivor bias, but that's fine. Post and truth, guys. It's more summed up. If you watch Spartacus, you'd have an idea where they got the inspiration from that. Okay. We're gonna play some OW2. What were we using last night for FPS locks? We were using RTSS, I think. And I think we're gonna go back to NVIDIA control panel here, but first we're gonna start out with that. Playing without a cap definitely makes the game worse, so. We're gonna oscillate back and forth between our different caps here. And get a comparative baseline. And hopefully get through this, guys. All right. I don't know why Twitch just sometimes like times out is really weird. Not a knight. Okay. Oh yeah. Guys, I fucking hate these skinny jeans, and I'm gonna 100% get rid of them. I fucking hate these things. I bought them new last year at the beginning of this year, and I was like, wow, maybe I'll try something trendy. And no, hug too tight, as they're supposed to. They're designed to, but yeah. Okay. Okay, and I believe that should be. Brr, brr, brr. Brr, 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 brr.
Strike from above.
Its RTSS is on right now.
Float like a jellyfish, sting like a jellyfish. Double, triple kill. Multiple targets eliminated.
Ow.
Taking to the air. Double swish.
Swish, guys. She said it. She sounds like a basketball player. She said swish. She made a basketball
When
reference.
I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Double blasted. Mind the gap. A clean kill. Double. Got one. I don't think so. Touch the sky. Triple.
That's your mom's guy.
Confirmed. Taken down.
Made a bonking sound. Huh. That's a new sound. I don't think I've ever heard that one before. The metal hit?
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
Huh.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Here, hey, I like the chair company. Ah.
Strike from above. I see your sneakers. You meet the basketball courts later.
Sure, but I don't play without stakes.
Likewise. What are you willing to lose?
Oh, Farah-chan, I've never lost.
Five, four, three, two, one. Round one.
Hey guys. And oh. You won? Maybe. Nope. About to get bopped too. Nowhere.
Barrier is nearly spent.
That wasn't.
Ooh, I'm gonna
Does each one of his balls does 75 damage? There's no way.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
Oh my god. That fucking timing, guys. This guy's cheating. This guy's 100% cheating. If you couldn't make that out based on him clicking back and forth between players, 100% cheating. Wanted to watch the, no.
Not done yet.
Might also be cheating.
We're still redeploying, huh? Aerial positioning underway.
Regardless, Zarya's cheating though, so.
Blasted.
Eh. I don't know about the McCree yet. The Zarya we know for sure. The Zenyatta we know for sure is cheating though. Huh?
Let the Kitsune guide you. Let the Kitsune guide you.
All right. Let's just start reporting right away.
Score.
Zenyatta
Returning to battle.
in fire. Okay.
4, 3, 2.
I swear to God, it honestly starts feeling like they're actually just putting me against cheaters just so I help report people or something. Like this is some fucking shitty version of Overwatch where I'm stuck in the matrix of having to report people for their company as a form of anti-cheat. That Zen is very obviously cheating though. That guy looks like his aim sticks in a box, but we haven't died enough to him. Whenever I see anyone. I'm kind of curious right now then how much cheating there is in comp. We see a shitload in quick play, and I don't know if they just play quick play instead, so that people don't report them. And I'm pretty sure this guy's cheating too. It locks in a square around your chest, and it bounces back and forth in that square. Me swapping is literally going to change nothing that's going on right now.
Shake it off.
Once again, because we're playing against cheaters, so it's not going to matter. It's the same shit. These guys are too stupid to notice, so it doesn't matter. All they see is a Pharah and they're running hit scan, and I think that's what's going on here.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Alright. But yeah, actually kind of curious if this is the same way, because we haven't played comp yet. I'm actually kind of curious if it's the same way in comp as it is in quick play, or if like there might be more cheaters in quick play because they think they're less likely to get reported, for instance. Okay, incoming blaming the Pharah because they think that's going to change stuff. It's not. We're playing against cheaters.
Play of the game.
To the void!
Okay. And then we don't know if McCree might have just been good, like he might, because he missed some shots in there. It really didn't look that. He could have just had magnetism too, and that's very difficult to tell from just good aim, where it'll flick and it'll help guide it to the location, but it won't look the same thing as just being hard locked there. The two guys that reported had hard locks, which is the Tracer, even though it was in deadlocked, and the Zen was 100%. It was completely led, and he went around when we saw him on the middle point. It was like led around in the triangle formation on the center between the players. That's not good. That might have been a cheater lobby, guys, so it might have been a pre-made with multiple people that were cheating in it. We don't know. Those do happen. We saw a completely brand new cheat squad a couple days ago. There's like 5 people, all had the same icon. Like 0 or 1 rep, whatever the most, like, lowest level is.
Strike from above.
And they're all cheating. Just sat there outside of respawn. Basically nothing you can do about it.
But I suppose you will.
You should have just switched off Pharah. That would have changed things. It wouldn't. It would have been the same shit. Most of that game I was actually hiding behind walls and shit, like peeking corners. You playing a different character? That basically just means that as a character of the rocket launcher.
Let us see to it.
Wouldn't have changed anything. But they're too stupid to realize people are cheating, right?
3, 2,
That's the way it goes.
attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Enemy over here.
We're really far back. You just ran into the fucking middle. I expected my teammates to be applying pressure. And I thought I had time to suck. I was watching the ball come towards me, guys. I was like, oh my god, healing! And then I got face shot by a Hanzo
Heads in the game.
that just overextended into the middle of us.
Taking over the objective.
Shit.
Thank you.
When they're all hiding in the corridor. Might be cheating. So when you see like the back and forth like ping pong, that's usually because the guy's 80 strafing and it has to lead because he has a projectile because he's Hanzo, and you'll see it like ping pong back and forth between being perfectly led at the outermost edges of the projectiles.
Much better.
I need help. Thank you.
Up and away.
Oh my god, so close. He's a knower.
I don't want to talk about it.
Engage this enemy. I will not be denied.
Positioning.
I am on the objective.
Suppress this target.
Increasing altitude.
That wasn't a person. And a widow? No, it's Kiriko.
Over here. I see an enemy. The skies await. Positioning. Establishing aerial position.
My power emanates.
Who the fuck's the rest of their team? It's a waste. I should have won earlier, guys. I was just sitting on it the entire game. Should have went for one pick. We're pushing it in, so like it didn't feel like we needed more pressure.
Let's show 'em something.
I was like, maybe I should use it just because I've been sitting on it. No.
Up and away. System repaired. I don't think so.
There's a med kit. I was looking for the med kit.
Always more to learn. Taking to the air. Concussive out. Then go inside.
The fuck is there? Oh, okay.
The skies await. Establishing aerial position. Repulsion.
God. Is he a knower? Not bad timing.
I don't want to talk about it. Taking off. They outnumber us. I don't stay down.
No, no. Sounds like you're predictable, dude. Fucking god.
I don't think so. On the way. Let's free the rest.
There it is.
Rain from above. Here. Dispersing. On my way. Increasing altitude.
So, when the douche... Wait, what? Did we just see her trying to shoot me through the building? When they do shit like that, guys, where they get behind your lines, you waste a bunch of time basically being kited around the map, which buys you nothing. You have to fight on the cart. Maintain a position on the cart. Lucky that they have a bonus to resistance.
Move with me. I don't think so.
Hey, look, it's our bashing guy. Oh, what? What the fuck was that? It looks like when his aim was not stuck to someone, it was just flying all over the screen. Like going like something like this. Uh-huh. And then we just have the other Sojourn that's just fucking around. Both are cheating from the looks of it. And that is... Who's the Sojourn?
Play of the game. Expect the unexpected.
We got the Bastion. guy. Yeah, I think the Hog was cheating too, but jeez, we're having some pretty good luck here, guys. I think the Hog was cheating too. We didn't get enough kill cams on him. Which is also the monkey earlier. First tip off there was the triple railguns that all hit perfectly on me at the beginning of the map on Winston. You guys missed that. Dude, Farah brings up the best in people. It's great. Shit, guys. Doing pretty good tonight. Although it's already around degenerate hour. Because I started so late. Well, we didn't start late even. It was because we're covering the DVD patch notes. I am really curious whether or not the cheating is just in comp or quick play, or if this extends to comp in the same amount. Pretty different compared to what it used to be.
Strike from above.
So you're going with gold? Joining Overwatch?
Isn't that what you want?
When I want, never should have.
It's a LAN center, guys? Oh my god, it's a LAN center!
There is always room for improvement.
1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Here. Dispersing. I need healing.
What's going on here, guys?
Thanks for the assist.
Why is our team not pushing out? What's going on here?
The objective is
Why the fuck was our teammates sitting back by the truck like they're at the front of the holding point? We might just leave. Like, we got like a super passive team or something. That guy's aim looks like when he pulls the trigger, it locks dead center on your chest. Get her.
We're just rain from above.
There we go.
Try again and again. You're doing quite well for rehab. I will not waste this opportunity.
Your mom's doing quite well. Mmm. Okay.
Precision and control.
The hitboxes, guys, on her throwing napkins are ridiculous. like mercy projectiles.
I am power.
Headshot. Oh. Thought she was gonna have a bubble there, and she didn't. God. Zarya decided that she had to hop in front of my concussive missile there. Good. Oh, we got her. Yeah. That was a waste because they're already retreating. Oh, not the Ikiwaki Woes. Oh, I wanted to go for the fucking med kit. This is, I believe, is the Widow.
Always more to learn. Establishing aerial position.
Right, guys.
It's go time.
I don't stay down.
Overtime.
Aerial positioning underway.
Best round.
Oh, that was the wrong guy.
Score 0-1.
Good.
No nonsense. We do this clean. Copy?
I am power.
Capture the objective.
Checking in. It is not over yet. We can turn this around.
Taking off.
Not the sticky grenade! Hey, look, guys, the aim assist sticky grenade! Yay! Literally don't even need to aim anywhere near your fucking model and it'll just latch onto you. Gotta love that fucking thing. It's nothing to do with it being sticky. It'll literally just throw to you. It doesn't throw the crosshair. It throws it to your model.
Up and away. I'm taking the objective. Converge on me. Thanks for the assist. I hate to be the
The interesting thing, guys, is when you float like far enough up, if someone's cheating, like they can only shoot your chest and then they won't shoot your feet, even though Like, a normal player could shoot your feet, right? Oh my god. Yay!
I will not waste this opportunity.
But like, if I sit here, you can definitely still see my legs, right? And Soldier should be able to shoot my legs if he's good, right? But he doesn't. For some reason, he has to get close enough in to actually shoot my chest or my head. Which is kind of weird, right? It's kind of weird. I've noticed this before, even back when I played OW1, is like when certain people can't shoot your feet, they can only shoot your chest.
Thanks for the assist.
Which is weird, because obviously my feet are still exposed, right?
System repair.
Okay, Zarya. Just go over here.
Taking to the air.
Oh.
I don't think so.
Oh. I could have killed the Zarya if I aimed at her instead of the Soldier. Yeah, definitely could have killed her instead, which would have been a better pick. Regardless, the Soldier running around on top of me would have been a better pick than killing the Soldier. Tanks are worth a lot more, value-wise.
Okay, my head's
Uh,
claiming the objective.
hey guys.
Aerial positioning underway. Crime doesn't pay.
Didn't even know. A widow? Not sure why she didn't register on my face. It's fucking weird. I was looking over there and for some reason I didn't see her. I think it's because she blended in with the orange on the floor. This guy.
I will not waste this opportunity. I don't stay down.
Good, good, good.
Play of the game.
Hmm. Yes. Okay, let's try using NVIDIA control panel now. RTSS for capping? Ah, excuse me. Matters because it's not going to cap it right under 230 yet. So the only one that caps it exactly under the number is RTSS, which feels really fucking weird for some reason. Good.
Strike from above. Increasing altitude.
This feels better for some reason.
You can't touch me.
I don't know why. Don't know.
Traveling to Nepal.
So far, I think the best one is between the in-game FPS cap and NVIDIA control panel. RTSS is weird. Feels really weird. And all are better than being uncapped, though. So, feels like there's a lot of delay when you're uncapped. Which, if Battle Nonsense's old video is true, then there's more delay. But it doesn't even feel like... In his video, it was like something really low, like 20 ms. It doesn't feel that way. It feels a lot bigger than that.
Strike from above.
The game feels very unresponsive
Stay sharp.
compared to when I'm pulling the trigger.
You're alive when you're distracted.
Increasing altitude.
To find success, we must search in harmony.
Game's supposed to be capped at 238. Doesn't look that way in the top right. In top left, however, it looks like it's capped at 238. Top right, it's telling the real story. Top left has to be like an average FPS, maybe 0.5 threshold instead of 1.
Making another approach.
Oh, you're supposed to deflect, and I don't know why I wasn't deflecting. Wait, what?
We have superior numbers.
I don't stay down. Establishing aerial position. Scatter. Enemy over here.
Disadvantage.
It's like I was just following the Genji around, he knows it or something.
Shake it off. Taking to the air.
Terra surge ready.
Repulsion.
Uh-oh.
I see an enemy.
How the fuck am I not shooting the ground? What the fuck's going on here? How the fuck did he even kill me? It had to have been someone else.
Let's show him some air power. Aerial positioning underway.
Like I was trying to shoot the ground even before he was deflecting, and my projectile wasn't hitting him for some reason. No.
Returning to battle. Increasing altitude. Over there. Defend the objective.
Okay. He almost got the med kit. It is. Also, I think you're memeing. Snake never actually agrees with me, by the way. He's always the devil incarnate. There is a shitload of cheat. At least in quick play, there is a boatload of people cheating. And I'm playing not a GM or anything like I used to, or Master. I am playing currently at Plat and Gold. So, yeah. There is a metric shitload of people cheating in the game. Like, I've only been reporting the relatively easy to see ones. Like, we aren't even looking at people with relatively magnetic aim or something. Yeah. Good. Hey, Genji, he's hard to deal with. I don't know, because we only see him for like a brief second. I don't know if he's actually cheating or not. Because like when he shoots at you, obviously his aim's gonna go to you, right? We only saw a handful of times where this actually happening.
Check. Affirmative.
And he's just trying to fuck with me now. Which is why we're just going to point.
Meet your fate.
He didn't even go to the point. Boop! I don't give a shit about you. I don't know if he knows I'm streaming or what, but it definitely feels like the Genji's just fucking with us for some reason. Well, it used to. You used to, like, when I was in Diamond, like, at a certain point when I used to play Overwatch 1, like, you get down to the point where it just, like, I told people to play Pharah because no one could hit you, right? Yeah, like, you didn't really see cheating at low ranks, and now it's fucking all over the place. The only time, like, the kind of maneuvers I have to do to, like, disengage, like, soldiers and shit like that now is stuff I used to do in GM. Only I have to do it in fucking Plat and Gold. How the fuck does that make sense? More than likely, either, it could be a bunch of different things, but more than likely, Blizzard got a little lax with their anti-cheat as the game waned, right? They put less resources into it. And then obviously techniques became more commonplace for cheat developers that shared information with each other. So. Combination of a bunch of different things. I wish you could punch Genji. I think punching doesn't even work for deflect. So. No. Mine. Yeah, fuck off, dude. Oh. Bye. He was gonna try and cut you around the map. That's why I didn't bother with him. So all he's gonna do is run around. There's a Me Too Pharah.
Aerial positioning underway. Positioning.
Hey guys. You can't sell the anti-GTLC, right? I don't know if you're actually trying to have a legitimate conversation with me. That's pretty rare for you. But you can't sell the anti-cheat DLC, right? So if your player base is generally oblivious to it, you aren't going to put resources into it. Because you could spend those resources otherwise making DLCs, right? Cosmetics or new content, new game modes, right? Instead, they have to basically deal with people that don't want to play by the rules, right? By the way, Pharah is not a counterplay to Pharah. Pharah does not counter Pharah. Spent a lot of time dodging people. There you go. Split them. Can't sell the anti-cheat DLC. Yeah. I don't even know if it's lazy. I mean, from a business perspective, it makes sense, right? Yeah. That Genji kept trying to split us off, which the Zenyatta actually took that bait for a little bit, by the way. He kept trying to split us off and trying to 1v1 us in the middle of nowhere, which weakens, obviously, our hold on the point, right? You don't want to do that. Most of our teammates weren't actually baiting to that, but like with low MMR teams or with kind of like, shitty players, you'll see them just run off to the middle of nowhere. People used to do that with tracers and then get kited around the map, right? And just trying to kill a tracer, and it's definitely not worth time. It seems like people are smart enough not to do that. But even that, we had a Zenyatta that was back there just fucking around with the Genji. At least it's just one person, right? When you see your entire team trying to chase a Genji or a Tracer around the map. Yeah. That's why I didn't follow him, by the way, because he has access to med kits and health kits, and his 1v1 kit is much better than mine in terms of deflects and harassment. So, after we couldn't kill him and denied him the health kit, we just left. Because we didn't there. Just like in Dead by Daylight, guys, you don't need to take chases you don't want to. Yeah. Do the smart thing. But yeah, as far as the cheating goes in this game, there's a lot of it. Tonight was extra bad when we first started out. It's a little bit better. Like, I haven't reported people in like 2 games now. That Genji was But once again, we didn't see him getting a lot of kill cams, so I don't know. But yeah, like, we had a game where it seemed like there's like possibly 3 people cheating, and I reported 2 of them. Yeah, pretty ridiculous out of 5 people on the enemy team. Yeah, and most of you don't actually know because they're healers, right? And they aren't attacking you. The Zenyatta was clearly, like, he was doing like a fucking triangle when he was clicking back and forth between the players. Like, you could literally see it just constantly just like flicking the perfectly aimed targets on the players. Yeah, that's very, very obvious. It's a little bit more obvious when people are cheating, when people are running projectile weapons, because they don't deadlock to you, right? Like, it has to lead you. So if you're AD strafing back and forth, it'll always have a certain amount of lead movement, depending on how much your character goes, because there's projectile flight time, right? So the further away from the character it gets, the more that it'll have to lead it. So if you're AD strafing, like let's say in Kiriko's ult, which is insanely fast, so I'm going like this, if you ever watch a Hanzo who's cheating lead you, it'll go, his aim will like go like this back and forth, perfectly leading you while you're AD spamming back and forth. And it looks really fucking weird. Yeah. People think I'm fucking, probably think I'm crazy, but yeah. I don't know. It's like the weird thing is, I'm playing so, I thought there is SBMM in skill-based matchmaking in quick play, but it seems to be based purely on your rank. So if you D-rank in comp, you just get placed with players around your D-ranked rank. Like, that match, I'm just playing against golds and plats, because like the last time I played the game was at Master, so I like D-ranked twice, right? So diamond and then plat is where we are now, and we'll occasionally see diamonds. Basically, I D-rank because you decay when you haven't played for a while. But yeah, like, my MMR, my SPMM MMR has not changed at all. And if they're smart, your SPMM MMR should change, right? It should go up and down, but it doesn't seem like it does. It just is based on your comp rank. And I don't know if that's an obscurity because I haven't played comp this season, or if that's just the way the game works for everyone now. to be fucking weird if your SPMM rank is just purely locked to your comp rank, which would be weird because like the profiles that are not private are just like mainly around plat / gold and diamond, but mainly around plat. You see more golds than we do diamonds, though. So I don't know. I really don't know. Fucking weird. I don't know why you'd make an SPMM system that's directly linked to comp, and then when people don't play comp, it becomes pointless, right? That seems like there'd be a problem with it. Conversely, it'd give you a good place to position people for comp, right? You could use quick play as a way of gauging skill for a lot of different things. And if you're gonna have SPMM, why would you make a half-assed SPMM system instead of one that's actually appropriate, right? So you might run into people around 2,000 hours. Ours has nothing to do with skill. Unless you play Dead by Daylight, in that case, you get 1% movement speed for every 1,000 hours in the game. Survivors told me, so it has to be true. That sucks. Thank you for going into that. Oh, I thought it heals. Someone went up there with me. I don't know who that was. Cool outfit.
Let's show him some air power. Take him to the air.
Soldier en route.
Dispersing. Establishing area
Tried, guys. Once I need a better modder. Playing this game has just made me realize how much A, I've gotten bad at first-person shooters, and B, that I need a new modder. Not really bad. We actually, I think I'm relatively good compared to what I was. The players we're playing against, guys, are completely different than what we used to, though. And I don't think it's that everyone in the case of... I don't think everyone just got better at the game because there's a distribution of players, right? I'll eventually just start playing with shitbirds that are like myself. Supposedly.
up and away.
Let's hit Z2 and headshot. every 1,000 hours you play Dead by Daylight as a survivor, guys, you get 1% movement speed. True story. Every time I hit fucking Z, I swear to God. There's one guy. Okay, there's two guys. Where the fuck is the other guy? Like, it's not worth shooting him in monkey mode. I think he was shooting me through the car, too. But part of that's his aimbot. Yeah, well, so it's not just... There's a couple things that determine how good your modder is, right? And one is your panel, which will determine generally your response time, so how fast the pixels are themselves, which is determined by the panel technology, and like how good the panel itself is, right? And I think Acer skimped out on my fucking panel, because I returned a couple, and I think they saw too many defects, and like not just me in general. Hey guys, thank you. What? He didn't even know what the fuck he's looking at. And refresh rate obviously matters, and technology such as FreeSync, G-Sync, right, matters, which does help a lot. Which you can get now in just FreeSync, right? You don't even need a G-Sync monitor.
Thanks for the assist.
And then, obviously, your FPS matters, right? Oh. But a headshot again? It is.
I don't stay down. Repositioning. They outnumber us.
That's basically a loss, 'cause Bob is a huge deal. Bob's broken, but that's the way the game goes. He needs less health. He is very, very, very oppressive. Bob is 100% broken. He's like the Torb turret from old Torb in his ultimate mode with more HP. It doesn't make sense.
Do something!
Now, he needs less HP, or he needs to do less damage. One of the two. He's too broken right now. There's a lot of stuff in the game that's pretty broken, and I guess the developers are predispositioned from the looks of it to hit scan, and they're on their tanking. They don't want to give up their whole idea of a one tank, right? Which has just made everything worse. In general, has just made the game worse. They want to stick to that one tank ideological thinking, and then at the same time, supports are very good. I don't know what you the amount of mercies that are fucking like just crying up a storm on the forums about how bad she is in the game is just, oh Jesus Christ. And they don't even know how to use Guardian Angel, and they don't know how to do super jump, which I guess you could blame the game partially for that, for not telling you a better way of doing super jump and how much it matters, which is a little boost gauge on your screen. It took me all of 20 minutes to learn how to use extremely well. And then they don't know how to change their controls, which another thing the game doesn't show you very well. So part of it's the game's fault, and the other part is just basically the people that are playing them are just not very good. But anyways, my current screen, I think the response time on monitor, I think at one point they, when the monitor first came out, it was actually really good in my opinion. And then I returned a couple because they had defects in them. And over the course of like maybe 2 months, I had a couple that I went through because they had defects in them. And the last one I got, I'm pretty sure they put a slower panel in it because they're having so many defects. They got it as a way of basically lying, but at the same time save them money. Yeah, so I basically fucked myself by getting this monitor. It was originally good, and then it went to shit.
I've been patient for years. What's a little while longer?
So, but that was back in like 2019 when I wasn't playing
They might try something.
Overwatch anymore. I lightly played it just in quick play, and that's not the same. When I played Overwatch, I first got a PG258Q,
Work is never done.
which is a 240 hertz monitor. But this one was supposed to be better, and it was initially, but I don't think it's better anymore. Like when I go like this, the screen just turns to gobbledygook.
Up and away.
Hey, buddy. See if we can line of sight that Widow. Tough. But yeah, I think my monitor's gone to shit, and it has a stuck red pixel. I don't really care about that. I care about the performance. The Widow? It is? No. Second one was a headshot, too.
I don't
Aw.
stay down.
Okay. And once again, we can play stuff. I think Pharaoh's just bad in a bunch of different reasons. She's basically become antiquated, like Echo's just a better version of Pharah at this point. Once again, they seem to have this thing where they just produce a bunch of better characters.
I don't think so.
Oh, the character is kind of broken right there. Hey, buddy. Got her.
Always more to learn.
Our widow friend might have something weird going on here, guys. No.
Returning to battle.
Once again, I don't understand this, but it definitely seems like everyone in this game has a chip on their shoulder about Pharah. It looks like both McCree and the Widow are cheating. How it's, Info hacks. Uh-huh. Oh my god! She has a pixel! How the fuck is she alive? Huh? And don't know. Once again, it feels like everyone in this game has a chip on their shoulder. Like everyone went and bought. Everyone went and bought an aimbot just to deal with Pharah. At least it feels that way. Just to deal with her because they got shit on so many times. So.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
Yeah. Like, there's an entire swarm of friendlies down there, and this guy is literally just looking for me. Enemies for him.
Skies away.
Interesting question. How to make the payload move once
Enemies left here.
Increasing
60
altitude.
seconds remaining. Personne n'échappe.
Really use tank to come up here. Where the fuck's her tank? Ah, hey tank.
Engage this enemy.
No, no. Just waiting for me, as is the Widow.
Always
Pretty
more
sure
to
the
learn.
Widow's cheating, guys.
Seconds remaining.
Putting aside infravision.
No time. Let's get it done. Guide you. Time is short. Press forward.
No one can hide from my sight.
Taking to the air. Dispersing.
It didn't count. It's not really the way it works. Like, Pharah's consistent DPS isn't that high compared to everyone else. It gets annoying when no one takes care of her. But she doesn't have higher DPS than, let's say, a soldier or something like that, if you just hold down the trigger and go through reloads. Oh, well. Alrighty. And go. Okay. And Cassidy might have just been a normal player. His aim looked, he's annoying, but his aim just looked normal. Most part. Widow, very certain is cheating. Once again, it's not like we're playing a GM or Masters here, guys. This is not, yeah, you shouldn't be seeing shit like this in fucking Golden Plat. Let's see what kind of players we played against, guys. Ah, it's a silver. Huh. Plat. Diamond. Who was that? That was the McCree, wasn't it? Yeah. I wonder if we're just like running into a bunch of people because this is how far they get before they get banned. Plat. That could also be another, definitely a plat. That could have been another possibility. Is when you make a brand new account or you start cheating, right? You'll get enough reports before you get looked at, and it could be that people just end up in plat or so before they get banned. Except for the really good cheaters. You see a lot of really obvious cheaters, though. To be fair, though. But yes, I understand. I do understand that hit scans will primarily focus you on Pharah. It's like literally playing the game. But it feels more so like everyone has a chip on their shoulder to try and fuck Pharah now. Tanks, DPS, healers, they're all on top of Pharah's D. To be fair. Make it.
Now traveling to the south.
Now, once again, I think Pharah's kind of gone at this point. Putting aside the cheating, I think Echo is just a better version of Pharah. So, there's no real point in playing her anymore. Like I mentioned before, it seems like the developers for Overwatch kind of have this ideology where instead of making balanced characters, they just make characters that are just kind of better than other characters because they want to make them feel powerful, and in doing so, they obsolete old characters. It's tough to obsolete something like Soldier, though, because he's just straight up hit scan DPS. But I would definitely say Sojourn's a much better version of Soldier. But she has projectiles for Mouse 1, where Soldier is hit scan. The Echo, speaking of which, yeah. Huh. Oh, buddy. Literally a pixel away from dying. He got healed there, guys. That saved him. He had 4 HP.
Always more to learn. Phenomenal.
Good. Hey, buddy. Why would you pick a tank? Cool, Mom. That's not very cool sitting in spawn like that.
Let's show him some air power.
Let us take it.
Converge on the objective. Protecting. Returning to battle.
Okay. Thank you for going there. Made it much easier.
Best round. One.
Uh-huh. You definitely take a lot more focus on Farah than any other character. Meanwhile, our McCree is just literally just... So it's easier if people are... Like, what we've talked about this before with Farah being very vulnerable while flying around. If you're trying to pick out, like, one player in the middle of a blob, right? It's much more difficult picking out a McCree that's doing something like this than someone flying around in the sky like this. Because you're just like, you're the only target up there, right? If you have an aimbot or whatever going on, the only person you're going to hit is a Farah. And there's nothing to hide behind. There's no big cow to hide behind in the sky. Maybe they should make like a squid, a flying squid or blimp. A flying blimp tank. Like a Kirby or something. That'd be hilarious. Also fucking annoying as shit. But I think that's part of the tank's job is to be annoying, so. Okay. Oh yeah? You had to show me good?
Is now.
I wasn't even on the screen when he flicked me just now, if you guys missed that. So we probably had a cheater again. He had to show me good after last match, right? There shouldn't be a Farah flying around and getting 6 kills. No. Once again, pretty sure that guy's cheating. Putting aside that flick where he flicked to me off screen is a dead giveaway. That's just straight up. There's like no way to dispute that. Maybe muscle memory HRTF or something. Huh. Feels like she's waiting for me to walk into that. But I know better. By the way, the ping system is fantastic. I swear you can't judge distance very well with the HRTF. Whoop, that's dead. Yeah.
some
Personne
air
n'échappe à
power.
mon regard.
Increasing altitude.
Unfortunately, we can't see anything. We can't use for trees for cover right now either. Hey, buddy. Mine? Mine?
I don't want to talk about it.
That's a bad ult, by the way.
En route.
Une mort magnifique.
Taking to the air. We're outnumbered. Be advised. Returning to battle. Up and away. Much better.
There's a mod. Get over here.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Thora.
Get it out of your system.
System repair.
Once again, Echo I just think is just a better. It's just a better version of Pharah. I don't know why you go to an inferior version of Pharah, but you know, whatever. Which is Pharah. Looks like our Widowmaker friend has to show his actual skill, so he's turned it off because he doesn't need it, right? Notice how he's not hitting shots anymore? Kind of weird considering he just magically flicked me off screen earlier. You can stand up here, holy shit! There you go. Thank you for standing still. Much appreciated.
On the move.
You sold. The fall.
Increasing altitude. Blast it.
Shouldn't have turned off your aimbot, dude. Yeah, you thought you could do it. Nope, you can't. Good for him.
Play of the game.
Oh, let's see.
Fixating on target.
No. Off-screen flick, first one. So is it Twitch drop? It should have Twitch drops on, shouldn't I? I turned it on, I swear. It should actually have Twitch drops, right? Yeah. Well, how do I give you Twitch drop? It just works, right? You just get Twitch drops from me having it on.
Welcome to Hollywood.
I don't do anything. You just watch me, and I wave. Hey guys, I'm giving you free things or something for engagement. Ah, yeah. It sounds like your usual MO, Bendy. Didn't you change your name from Bendy Boy to avoid connotations like that?
Bet you Omnics are great gamblers.
Why do you believe so?
Built-in poker faces.
True. It also makes us great teachers, whom we can easily hide our disappointment.
supposed to
That's pretty good.
My unit would have eaten you alive. 3, 2.
Are we missing our team? Where the fuck's the rest of our team?
3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
Yeah. I mean, pretty accurate, right? No. No.
I need healing.
Hey, guys.
Repositioning.
Oh, that's boo-boo.
Perfect hit. Establishing aerial position. Claiming the objective.
You're not getting on the point. I'm getting on the point. But yeah, I don't. It feels like the SVMM in the game doesn't actually work unless you play comp, which doesn't make sense. But yeah, two systems should be relatively independent from each other. But if you don't play comp, it definitely should have separate range. It doesn't look like you do. You can't deflect from behind? I swear you could. Yeah, that was almost a death. Hey, buddy. Okay. Yep. Also, probably one of the strongest characters in the game right now is this bitch. Mainly because you can strip tanks. Strip tanks meaning remove their ability to use any of their abilities, and they basically just die. We have a tank here somewhere, right? There it is. Oh, I should have killed the Genji first. Ruh-roh. No.
The payload has been secured. Excellent teamwork. Taking to the air.
Huh.
Shake it off.
Payload stuck. Get it moving.
Taking off.
No.
jellyfish.
Her sleep dart was up, which is her get out of jail free card too. Oh my god.
I've got you covered. You thought you had me.
God, I just want to kill the tank! Let me kill the tank! Thank you! God, all that work! Everyone's shooting at me when I just want to kill the tank. Oh, she missed. That was her chance and she missed. And she might have even killed me right there. If she's fast enough. Hold it there.
I need healing. Got the payload. Move with me. Thank you.
And there's a fully charged Zarya sitting behind him. Good.
Making another approach.
Anna's definitely not weak. She's high skill cap, high skill floor hero. She is very good if you're skilled with her. But much like there's many bad Genjis, there's many bad Annas. She doesn't work very well. You have to hit your shots, and that's what really determines whether or not she's good. She has a very diverse kit. In my opinion, one of the strongest healers in the game.
Taking off. Let the Kitsune guide you. I look after my own.
Tee-hee. We're dead. Have I ever told you guys I hate tight pants? I do.
The outcome is not preordained.
And on the tank, right? Yeah.
Mercy as sun.
Enemy over there.
Why isn't the payload under? Enemy over here.
Where he went. That fucking sucks when you can hear someone right next to you and you can't follow them. Also, looks like your Genji's cheating.
I don't stay down.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not a... it's not a sniper, it's a heal gun that happens to also do damage.
I don't think so. I see an enemy.
It's go time. Let's move this payload. Let's get back to basics.
Oh no. No, okay, thank God. Thank God. That's close. But we didn't get many kill cams on the Genji, so I don't actually know. But it definitely looked, based on what we saw, that Genji had an aimbot. Which is funny, because I've mentioned before that I use, like, usually one of the characters that's legit because he requires too much mechanical skills, so cheaters don't play him. So I chose to watch the Pot G. I didn't get to watch the actual... Didn't get to see my stats. But yeah, Anna Sniper will, I think it does 70 per shot, so she actually does a significant amount of damage. She fires relatively fast. For a healer, that is. I don't even think she does headshot damage. But you can't headshot people.
Welcome to prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Strike from above.
Maybe one day we'll go on missions in Hawaii.
Hello.
In this world, pacifism is foolish.
But yeah,
Makes you think
I really want a new monitor, but I'm not buying a new monitor till that 500 hertz monitor comes out, so.
perhaps it is assumptions that are foolish.
Unfortunate that it didn't come out this year, I guess. Really. Probably more so than a processor or new GPUs, I want that 500 hertz monitor. Like, taste it. And taste 500 hertz, guys. My eyeballs, like, are opening their mouths, and they're like, feeding me. Yeah, that's my eyeballs right now. They're going, feed me.
Positioning.
Whoop. Got it.
Together we feel much safer. Feel better?
No.
Defeat is the better teacher.
Let's show them some air power. On the move.
I am under attack.
Widow.
I require healing. Moving the payload. Let's keep it going. Taking to the air.
Bro. No, just got the healer. She was waiting for me, guys. Ah, I landed right in front of her crosshair. What a great place to be.
Eyes away.
Uh-huh.
Aerial positioning underway.
I think I got hit by an arrow before she shot me. Pretty sure.
Making another
Hanzo might be cheating from our earlier clip.
establishing aerial position.
One corner here. But we'll see.
Ultimate ability is ready. We need to move that payload.
Passive out.
Got me good. Like, almost all the characters are like next to impossible to actually like boop anymore. Like, most of them have some sort of uber movement ability that just saves them. Well, I should have just done a U-shape instead of doubling back.
Returning to battle.
Widow might be cheating too.
Increasing altitude.
I just got head. That wasn't the pig that killed me, guys. I just got headshot by the Widow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that guy's cheating. He just headshot me through the pig. Yeah, pretty sure that guy's cheating.
Positioning.
Good stuff. That wasn't the pig that killed me. That was the Widowmaker. Good for her. Uh-huh. There you go.
Out of my airspace.
The payload has
Up
reached
and away.
the checkpoint.
Whoop. Hey, Diva saved her life. Yay, Diva. Oh, there's Widow again. I think what I need to do with Farah to try and help deal with the cheating wars, I need a line of sight on players so they'll lock to the player instead of me.
Hello. Establishing aerial position.
Fuck him up. Nope. There's the Widow again. Somehow got a headshot through the brush and the tree. Yeah. Somehow, yeah, wasn't even aiming at me. Flicked my brain through the tree and through the brush and everything else. Good for her. Once again, very certain the Widow's cheating. You guys saw earlier with
Personne n'échappe à ma garde.
the piggy.
I see an enemy.
Hey, buddy.
Over here.
Go use your aimbot. Oh, I should have watched that. There's a strong, like when you play this game, guys, there's a strong urge to just bypass the kill cam because it hurts your ego, and it does. It hurts your feels way down inside when you watch that kill cam, but the kill cam gives you a lot of information about what the team's doing and whether or not they're cheating, obviously.
Up and away.
Whoop. This is our Hanzo from earlier.
All systems nominal. En route. Aerial positioning underway.
Oh, we're dead. No.
Let's show him some air power.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
I thought I got aimbotted from the Widow again. No, it's McCree. Once again, I'm pretty sure they're both cheating, so doesn't really matter. Once again, my legs are sticking out. So if she was good, she's up on that platform still, very certain. If she's good, she should be able to shoot me, right? She's not. Again, because most aimbots won't actually attach to your legs, they attach to your face and chest. Did I get her? Hey, I got her! That doesn't help.
Out of range. Enemy here.
Jesus Christ! I fucking hate mercies. They're so fucking hard to kill. Those bubbles, guys. Yeah, no shit. Pretty sure this guy's cheating, but either he has like a really flexible, like he has to get close to his targets before it locks on, where Widow just pushes the button and it clicks to your face. Very certain he's cheating though. Once again, if they're good, they can shoot my little legsies that are poking out right now, and they don't. Like, that Widow's right above me, right? And she doesn't even fucking attempt it. The only time she tries to take a shot is when my chest or head is exposed. Even though basically my legs are dangling right now, right? It's something I noticed back in OW1. is when people are cheating, oftentimes it will not lock to your legs. So you're basically safe if you don't expose your head or your chest. It's like having body armor on. If you don't expose your head or your chest, which is something you can only really do with Pharah, they won't shoot at you, despite you standing literally in the doorway, being in front of everyone.
Okay, I learned from that.
60 seconds remaining.
Let us push the payload forward.
And McCree, if you haven't noticed, doesn't go up top, even though that's a very advantageous position to be, because he can't shoot me when he's up there. Oh my god, I exposed my chest. Oh my god, I exposed my chest again.
The skies await. Taking off. Positioning.
Hey guys. Hey. No. No, you can't. No. Nope. Nope. Shoot at someone else. No, shoot at all the other targets in front of you. Nope. Nope. Line of sight. Line of sight. Nope. Nope. Is it going to be me?
Play of the game.
Let's see. So it was Doomfist and Hado.
No one can hide from the hunters.
Report, and this is the Widowmaker. Cheating. There's aim. Tractors directly to chest on trigger pull. Hover without exposing your chest or head. Player will not attempt to shoot you the top of the doorway, even though legs are easily exposed. Let's see.
Now enter. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
There shoots directly, perfectly. Mates. Headshots through obscure. All right. Then
I aim to devastate.
Cassidy. Player's aim will flick on trigger, pull to body, but within character.
4, 3, 2,
Here.
1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Perfectly as well. He wasn't nearly as noticeable as the Widow. More.
Objective's mine. Care to join me?
Widow was extremely noticeable though.
Strike from above. Up and away. Enemy over here.
Fuck their teammates go. Oh, he was also the Cassidy was also the Hanzo. Cassidy also played the Hanzo at the beginning of the map with the weird ass leading.
Returning to battle. Taking to the air.
Front row. They really need to bring back Farrah's flight. I don't know what, like, they nerfed the shit out of her, guys. Sitting there waiting for me, guys. Like, they nerfed her flight, and now you have someone like Echo that's just better. I'm just playing Farrah because I know how to play Farrah, guys. I don't think we're, I don't know how much we're gonna play. I think May's even better than her, so. She's bad, especially with all the cheating now, too, on top of it. Boop. 2, 1. Off. Hey guys! And it looked like Hanzo was attempting to make some sort of play on me up top there to shoot me in the face, and then he botched it. You're still around here. Yeah. Uh-oh. Hey guys. Here, let me leave stage right here. No, that's what I was trying to avoid. I know their entire team was chasing me around.
Time to kick some tail. Returning to battle.
This guy knows. I'm very certain the Hanzo's cheating. But he's just like shooting at exactly the wrong moment every single time.
Shake it off.
Like he's just holding down the trigger and not timing it with my actual movement so he can actually lead the shots on me. Uh-huh.
Okay, my head's in the game.
In our care.
En route.
That's not good. Heart's not going to save us. 1. It's kind of weird. We're actually having better, less cheated at games than we were earlier in the evening. I don't know why. Like, once again, we should be having worse games because it's Degenerate Hour, right? Oh, you can stand behind this. And nice. Aha! There we go. Disrupted. Allowed us to take it. Ah, yes. Did he start drinking? I didn't think he... He did start drinking in the middle of that. I saw him drink after he was done with his ult. Maybe it recharges? I need to be closer. I was trying to avoid dying to the guys in the doorway while trying to give the tank, and it doesn't work. You have to be literally right on top of them. Oh, hey, look, their entire team's here, guys. Like, it looks like he has an aimbot that's perfectly leading me, but he doesn't actually know when to pull the trigger to actually hit me most of the time. Which is a weird skill set to have. I guess. There's all different types, right? Oh. No. Good. Good. By the way, guys, I have a heated mat for my feetsies. I told you guys about my heated mat for my feetsies. I'm going to reiterate, the heated mat for my feetsies is very nice. I don't know why I waited. I slept so long on this upgrade to my winter life, guys. Oh, bad timing. If I was a little bit further up, that would have been great.
I don't want to talk about it.
We gonna move the payload or what?
That was a bad idea. I was trying to get behind him. Good.
Let's show him some air.
Ah, he has the gold bow. It's true. It's true. I've never actually learned how to lead targets perfectly and then just not know how to pull the trigger at the right moment because they're moving in a predictable manner, right? Yeah, I just hold down the trigger and fire it randomly whenever I want. Ah, where do you think I was going to change? I'm not changing.
Establishing aerial position.
Why would you assume I was going to change? You know, you'd think you would actually get the when to pull the trigger down properly compared to when to, There you go. Now, once again, if I'm in the open, guys, he just gets headshots on me. Yeah. Ah, Jesus.
Up and away.
Get the fuck out of here. Get rid of that. Should have done that earlier instead of fucking around with trying to get more than a 1K. Yeah. Gotta go back down. Alrighty. Alright.
Play of the game.
Nerf this!
That'd be a trend. Kitchens. Good job, Hanzo. Congratulations. Yeah. He was just like fucking firing arrows, like I'm going like this, guys, and then he's just like firing arrows just constantly. It doesn't matter where you are. He's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna let loose an arrow right now. Like he's like playing him like fucking soldier. It's fucking weird. But as always, perfectly led, so you know he doesn't need a flick or anything like that, or you know go right to the target and release it at the exact right moment when you're going like a straight line or something. He just fires them all the time. Because why wouldn't he, right? Why wouldn't he play in a hero that requires high amounts of prediction? Why wouldn't he just fire just randomly? Yeah. 100% cheating. Oh, he was also aiming at me through walls. You can only report so much. Like it's still longer than Dead by Daylight, but it's only like 3 sentences or 4 sentences worth of material. Could use an extra 2 sentences. He was also tracing me through walls and like watching me and shit, but it doesn't matter. That's a really weird skill set that guy owns. So, you know, I guess that's the way all Hanzos learn to play the game, is not by flicking to locations when people are being predictable. It's just holding down the trigger as fast as you can. So, you know, no matter what you're doing. Yeah, like his aim was like just perfectly in line with wherever I was going. It's always in front of me. Good for him. But I'm out of here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. I think that the NVIDIA control panel seems to be the best out of all the frame rate limiters from what we've tried so far. I think we're going to have to try... I still want to try Echo. We haven't tried Echo yet. Yep. I feel as though she's just... she's just a better version of Pharah, so... And then you get, like, free ults and shit.
Long have I wished to serve under you, sir.
Oh my god! Unhuman, giving me a sub. He used to have a sub streak, by the way. That guy used to be called something else back in the day. Gotta start over, right? Appreciate your continued support, dude.
When in doubt, throw more men at it.
Mm-hmm. I'm done. Starting fresh? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, you might have even watched me back when I played Overwatch 1. So, yeah, you might have even watched me years ago and subbed to me years ago. But we're going to continue on with OW1, guys. We're probably going to... I don't know why I'm going back to Dead by Daylight. We were taking a break from it because it's something different and interesting. The new killer, we covered that at the beginning of the stream if you're interested in Dead by Daylight content. And we talked about him and kind of his shortfalls, which seems like BHVR is designing killers and then purposely gimping them so they aren't too OP, as you can imagine. Yeah, so we'll see if it comes to pass, but I don't know when I'm going back to Dead by Daylight. I am enjoying myself right now. The sheer amount of cheating that has popped up and cropped up in this game, let's go with that. The sheer amount of cheating that has cropped up in this game compared to OW1 4 years ago is pretty absurd. As you guys saw, it's like every other game I'm reporting someone. And we've had, on the weekend, on Saturday, it was every game we had a cheater. Yeah, which is insane. So, either Blizzard has become more lax with their anti-cheat, or people have found ways to get around it better and shared the trade secrets with the rest of the industry. But either way, it definitely seems like there's shitloads of people, like the clueless Hanzo that has no idea when to predictively let loose an arrow, and just holds down the fucking button while his aim's perfectly led for him. Yeah, just, I don't know. I don't know, guys. Maybe comp will be different. It could be that quick play people are cheating in quick play more than comp, because you're less likely to report people in quick play, right? It's just quick play, bro, right? You're less likely to be under scrutiny and watched. That used to be like one of my theories as to why people cheated in quick play, was because it's one of those things where you're less likely to be caught. Like the players that I report, guys, they oftentimes don't play comp at all. Like they have no comp hours on their profile. It's just they go into quick play and shit on kids, I guess. They got yelled at Best Buy, guys. They came home, cracked a beer, and they're like, man, I really want to shit on some kids right now and prove how good I am to them. And, yeah. So, I don't know, guys. Some of the cheating is more obvious than other cheating, but a lot of people were cheating tonight. We had some people just straight up, like, hard locks. Our first game had a Zenyatta, and it literally just looks like his aim as it clicked back and forth between characters would go like this, because Zenyatta obviously has to lead his shots, right? And it was just like you could see it locking between different targets on the screen as he moves his mouse around and hard locks to the target. So, yeah, it's some's more obvious than others as far as what we've reported tonight, but most of the people are relatively obvious. Like there's like in the amount of time you get to watch people in quick play, it's not even that long, right? It's not like it's like whether match is like 15 minutes, 12 minutes, or something like that. Yeah. And then when you play something like comp, they're like 30 minutes or 25 minutes. But then you play something like Counter-Strike and you have 40 minutes. You're like sitting there in a fucking match with people for like 40 fucking minutes. So the amount of eyeballs and the amount of time you get to watch people is very limited, right? And as such, there's some people tonight, for instance, that I thought were cheating, but I didn't report them because we didn't have enough time to watch them and see what they're doing. But otherwise, guys, I'm out here for seeing you guys. If you did the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the obvious Hanzos with the gold bows, make sure to follow on the top right-hand corner. I usually stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, it depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. I am out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more of the OW2s. I think we're about ready. I might go back and forth and flip back and forth between the in-game limiter and the RTSS, or not RTSS, NVIDIA control panel, and see how that goes. But I think we're pretty much done with our tweaking, and I'm going to start playing characters again. Maybe see how my hit reg is on Reaper, which is one of the reasons we started doing this in the first place, because I feel like I was just shooting shots into Tank's chest and it wasn't doing anything. So, I don't know, guys. We'll see how it goes and take things as it go. I also want to try Echo, and I think she's just a better version of Fair at this point. So, yeah. Alrighty, guys. I'm out of here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday morning or Tuesday night. Have a good Tuesday, guys.